All right, all right, all right. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening, blues people? You see, if y'all are familiar with me, you're familiar with that term. But today is very special because this panel is to discuss young, black, and blues. We have a wonderful panel. Some I know really well, some are close affiliates, and some I'm just meeting.
Young, so
I'm sorry, I heard some feedback, but that's all right. We're going to keep bluesing and keep rocking. So I'm going to go down a list of our attendees on this panel and then get to the statement of purpose, which is something we'll get to that in a moment. So our guests is my brother from another, John Tavius Willis. I shouldn't have to tell y'all who he is. My other young baby brother, Chris John Kingfish. I just call him Kingfish. I shouldn't have to tell y'all who he is either, because I'm sure y'all know. I will say though, and everybody on the panel, I love all y'all, but I have to point this out because my family and I love Marvel shows, and we were watching with Nick Cage, I think it was, and I seen a grown man performance by Brother Kingfish. I just had to throw that out there. It was on Netflix, but it's going to be on Disney, so you can look that up and catch that performance. All right, next is Miss Deborah McFadder, who is the board chair of the North Carolina Music Hall of Fame, also daughter of Clyde McFadder. Wait a minute, somebody's missing. Where's my brother DK? He's not here.
I don't see him yet. I'll send him a message and
Okay,
he'll double
all
check.
right. Next, I have not had the honor to meet this gentleman, but I'm well aware of the
I have
works he's been doing, and
not,
that's
but
Mr. Fernando Jones, who runs the Blues Kids International Camp. Our next guest, I have not had the pleasure to meet her yet. I've been spoken to about her a lot, and boy, does she have a stressful position. Miss Judith Black, the president and CEO of the Blues Foundation. Next is a young brother I just met, the youngest on this panel, Mr. Harrell Davenport, blues musician and student. Next is my sister in the blues, Chicago blues, that is, Miss Melody Angel. Last but not least is a good brother from what I'm hearing, doing some great stuff. We're going to talk because for the last 10, 15 years, I've been hollering hip hop is the great, great, great grandchild of the blues. And I'll explain to you why there's three greats later. Mr. Demeanor, how y'all doing? I want to thank Brother Atiba, who's co hosting with me and who runs the North Carolina Piedmont Blues Preservation Blues Society. Thank you, my brother, for having me here.
Thank you
And
for agreeing to host.
I just want to say, when it comes to our statement of purpose, right, is to celebrate and amplify the voices of the next generation. But I have to read this because I think this really sums up what's going on right here. And this is just two excerpts from the open letter from my three brothers, John Tavius Willis, Marquise Knox, and Mr. Kingfish, when they were in Bentonia, Mississippi, with what I like to call my OG, Mr. Jimmy. The narrative of the blues have found himself controlled by scholars and purveyors who believe that they understand blackness in its fullness in America, but have never lived one day under our skin. Our foreparents of the blues would be highly disappointed in the actions and language of those whom they shared stories of our heritage and culture with. In many cases, the proximity the white artists kept around our forefathers and mothers often lead to wealth, careers, and lifestyle. When Albert King said, "Take it further, little brother, and make it away and make a way," it didn't mean to hold the harvest of their fruit from the originator's offsprings. I think after Brother Atiba reads the collective statement, that's where we should start. Sir, I'm passing it to you. Can't hear you.
Your mic, Tavia.
Thank you. 1 second. Let me have my speaking voice ready. So, this letter was published by these gentlemen on February 16th, 2021. And we launched this theme and the concept and started this conversation publicly in the blues community on February 16th of 2022. And it begins this way. This is a collective statement from Quan Willis, Christone Ingram, and Keith Knox. This was published on Facebook for those that aren't aware. We've now found ourselves in 2021, and some of the ugly forces that seem to have died off were only suppressed for the time being. Our foreparents of the blues would be highly disappointed in the actions and language of those whom they shared stories of our heritage and culture with. In many cases, the proximity the white artists kept around our foreparents often led to wealth, careers, and lifestyles. When Albert King said, "Take it further, little brother, and make a way," it didn't mean to hold the harvest of their fruit from the originator's offsprings. The narrative of blues has found itself controlled by scholars and purveyors who believe they understand blackness in its fullness in America, but have never lived one day in our skin. For instance, 13-year-old Marquise Knox was told he was too young to know the blues. 15-year-old Kingfish Ingram was too rockish to know the blues. And 16-year-old Jontavius Willis had no direct connection to the blues. Meanwhile, in our generation, it's an anomaly for the three of us to be black, young and alive, let alone brothers in the blues. Many people who are revered in this industry as legends or have gained notable success or expose themselves as racists. From this day forward, we will replace the deceitful tales of black abandonment of the blues. With kinship amongst the remaining living black blues artists, we will be able to chart the path forward on what is and isn't blues. We'll educate all of those coming under us to appreciate the value of the blackness of the blues. A true ally understands that a simple statement saying Black Lives Matters is only words. Indeed, it's time to pass down any and all knowledge to help build a more equitable blues community. A society grows when old men plant trees, in whose shade they know they shall never sit. Hashtag I know the blues, which, Quan and several artists use often. I mean, Keith is the one that posts it the most. I know he puts it after a lot of stuff. So that is the statement that these young men wrote, and it was really powerful for me. I saw that statement, and I'd started developing relationships with different blues artists from around the country, and you know, as the first black president of our blues institution that is now 37 years old, it was really important that you know people understand and hear and have a conversation around what these gentlemen were saying. I know I go to blues shows and I show up and they're like, "Why isn't there anybody that looks like you here?" And many other questions that'll probably come up as we talk today. But we really wanted to make sure that there was a place and an emphasis put on the words of what you three gentlemen decided to say, and that we made sure that people heard it. That it wasn't just a Facebook post, because we know where it comes from in your heart and how important it is for our community and for our future. So I just want to thank y'all from myself and PBPS for being very, very brave and putting your words out there, you know. And sometimes artists say things in the safest way possible instead of in the way they mean. But I don't feel like that's what you guys chose to do. And I have a lot of respect for that. So thank you.
So I think this is the perfect place to begin, right? Because there's a lot to unpack. Some of us have on this panel have spoken countless hours about it off air, and some of you have spoken with me on air on my program. I want to start. There's DK. What's up, brother? I want to start. Um, I want to start with an excerpt from the Rolling Stones article. So much damage has already been done, and then I will. You know what? I want to start with Judith on this one, and then from there, I would like to go to Kingfish, John Tavius, Melody, and Fernando on this particular one. Okay. Judith Black, the newly appointed head of the Blues Foundation in Memphis, admits she was taken aback when she started her job last month. Stepping into this role, I was introduced to far more white blues artists than I knew existed. She says, I was surprised at how few African American blues artists were really being seen and heard right now. So here's where the question is. In the most basic form, what is the issue that is being faced with young blues artists, middle-aged blues artists in general that are Black? Are you there, Judith? Christian, could you jump on that? Then Quan, Melody, Fernando?
Sure. For one, it's the black representation. There's not enough of us being booked. There's not enough of us being given opportunities. Of course, cats like me and Quan have found a way around that hump, but we see so many black brothers and sisters that's not being given those same opportunities, and that's one of the things that we kind of addressed, that that kind of pretty much needs to be changed. You see all these festivals and whatnot. There are so many like different Caucasian bands, and it brings out the myth that we're not into the blues, and that's not what it is, for sure.
Well, John Tavius was going nuts, but he just felt he looked like he dropped. Melody, then Fernando, please.
Well, I mean, I'll only speak for the situations I found myself in. Obviously, being a woman playing lead guitar and being Black is not seen as a regular thing. However, there are many of us out here. We just can't get booked. And the reason they tell us, and they have no qualms about telling us to our face, that the reason is that they do not believe that we could make more money or as much money as our white counterparts, as a white girl could, as they would say to me. They can make more money booking a white girl than they can booking me. And that's what it comes down to for them. They don't see monetary value in us, and so therefore we are not booked on the regular. However, they do make sure to let some of us in, because they can't just shut the door on everybody, right? So they do let some of us in, but not enough to change the tide for all of us, and that's the issue.
Well, before we move on to the next, I just want to say one of my favorite songs by Sister Melody is She Black Blues. So, I dig it. Mr. Fernando just went off. Go ahead, sir.
I'm back on. It's noisy. I just typed my response. You can read that if you like. It's noisy on my end.
Okay. So I would need Atiba or Danita to read that. Miss Judith, did you hear the question? Can you hear me, Ms. Judith?
No, I didn't hear the question.
Okay,
I hear
so
you. I hear
I
you.
can you hear me now?
I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. So I started off by reading your statement in the Rolling Stones article. So much damage has already been done. And then I asked the question, what is the foundation of the issue of the lack of Black folk in this space?
I missed part of the question.
What do you believe is the foundation of the lack of Black folk in blues? Okay,
I still
we'll
didn't
come
hear the
back
full
to
question. The lack of Black folks in the blues and
that's it.
foundation. Okay, because I missed the question. I'm not hearing the full question.
That was it. What do you think the foundation? What do you think the basic fundamental of that issue is?
Well, I think that we ourselves to be interested in bring more of us back into listening connoisseurs of we have not embraced it fully as we should, and I think that more of us need to get more involved and raise more. And I'm really having a difficult time kind of understanding the question, and I'm sorry. Hopefully I'm answering the question as you're asking me.
Yes. So let me go to Miss Debbie, then DK, and then Demeanor with this one, because what it sounds like is these are financial decisions, right?
I would agree with that. And just let me interject for a moment. Melanie, when you spoke about the jobs being available for Black artists, something came across my desk just recently where a blues band, which was Black, had a female Black blues singer. For the 3 weeks that they were there was little to no crowd. And it was said, we need to get a white female blues singer. And so they did. And the following week, I went back and they had a full house. I found it to be beyond appalling. I understand you go out, you're gigging, you want a crowd, because if you keep your crowd, you're going to keep your gig and you're going to make money. I don't know off the top of my head, as being the daughter of parents that owned nightclubs in New York that had live entertainment. With me growing up in the 60s, I don't think that was an issue. I don't ever remember, although I was too young to be in there at night, but everybody came to hear the music. Today, what I really think is happening, the white generation, they are in school. They are learning the music. I'm doing a fundraising concert in July for the North Carolina Music Hall of Fame. And yesterday morning, I got a phone call from one of the groups saying, we need a band in North Carolina, but I won't work with anyone that cannot read music. I made 4 phone calls yesterday. Nobody could read music. So would the answer be that our Black musicians need to get that piece of sheepskin to make them the musician that they've been born to be? Because I really believe that you guys that do this, it is something deep inside of you that brings you to that point to do what it is that you do. I truly believe that it's a God-given gift. Frankly, for me, I like the music coming better from people that can't read music because it comes from deep down in their soul. They're not going note for note, but that's just my view of it. The music it's in a bad spot. It truly today is in a bad spot because Melanie, if it were you and 2 white women, rest assured, one of those white women are going to get called for the gig. I see it all the time.
So let me jump in real quick.
Okay.
Because we have a 15-year-old on this panel. Brother Demina, forgive me, and DK for not letting you answer this particular question, but I got something else to follow up. Because what's going on here, what I'm hearing is a couple of misnomers, right? That the blues has left the Black community, that only white acts can fill up the seats. For the most part, it's for white audiences. So already the entire thing is set up as if there's no Black equity, culture, or audience.
Well, Aman, I just want to say this here. Blacks have never really looked to Eurocentric audiences for validation, even though Eurocentric audiences have often looked at Black or African descent entertainment as a form of entertainment. And I think being a kid that's been playing the blues since I was 4 years old, my heart is all for Melody, my Chicago homegirl, and Kingfish, and all the other young brothers and sisters. I'm gonna tell you all from an older guy standpoint, when I was you all's age, I was trying to create everything I could and give it away, but ended up creating something that other people can use, being selfless. So I would say to all of you all, from, I know Melody on down, create your own festival. You don't have to start off with a 50,000 seater. You could do a festival in your backyard, and you all know I'll help any one of you all, and you can do it.
Me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
Do it for free. And then that way you'll see who your friends are. Make money off your merch just to get it done. The Eurocentric powers that be that are, I hate even saying using the word in control, because I think that's a mindset. If they feel that you need them and you can't do without them, then they got you. I always liken it to, your father has a brother, your uncle, and he stays in the basement. And then all of a sudden he starts coming upstairs, and now he's running the house. And then your dad has to check him. He's like, "Oh, hey, brother, I know this is your house." So we have really forgotten that we have the power. Boycott. Let's collectively not do a gig for a week. Save up for a year to take off for a week. Save up for a year to take off for 2 weeks, like they did with the bus boycott, so on and so forth, because you all are fearless. And I just wish that it was 1, 2, 3, 5, or 6 more fearless folks like you all in my generation when I was coming up. So, but the time is now, and you all can do that, and we can do that.
I want to get back to that statement you made, Brother Fernando, about creating your own. But I want to ask young Harrell, because he's 15 years old. He's the youngest person here. So he is evidence that it's not true that this is not a culture that is relevant to young or youth. How did you find the blues, young brother?
Well, basically, I was on YouTube. I found the Jimmy Reed video. You Don't Have to Go. Started listening to it. I said, well, I want to buy a harmonica. Went and bought one of those plastic toy harmonicas. Learned the whole song. Then I went to school. I tried to play it one day. I was living in Leland, Mississippi. I'll never forget. Tried to play it one day. I got bullied for not liking hip hop. I don't have nothing against it, but I don't listen to it. And so I said, I'm going to do something that's going to make them want to bully me even more. I kept on with the blues. And sooner or later, the teacher started resenting me. And it hurt me so bad. I said, well, I'm gonna keep on playing, and I'm not gonna let anyone stop me, because my main objective is to spread the blues to all the young blacks as I can. But everyone, the blues is for everyone, but it comes from our heritage, and I think people tend to forget that.
So
Harrell, where are you? I'm sorry.
Debbie, give me 1 second, because I want to bring DK and Demeanor into this one, because Demeanor, because like myself, he is in the middle of hip hop and blues. DK, because like Kingfish and Quan, they're in that early 20s age range where you're supposed to be, in theory, being a part of hip hop or trap music. And the biggest, again, another misnomer is that they are actually two separate cultures in music, which is not correct. My question to you two brothers are, what do you believe, I should say, first, what do you believe created this false narrative of our cultural representation? Can't hear you, bro.
Is your mic just low, or is it?
There you go.
Your mic is off, but I can't hear you.
Check your mic volume in your settings, perhaps in your audio settings, Demeanor. One thing I will say while Demeanor's getting his mic right is this is no longer just Mr. DK Harrell. This is DK Harrell, third place winner of the International Blues Challenge 2022 in Memphis, Tennessee, as of last weekend. And I got to spend the weekend with his brother, watching him fight and claw. And I don't know that everybody understands what artists go through, but he had an experience. He had a spiritual experience and a couple other experiences on the way to victory in Memphis. And it was my honor to be there to support and stuff, but we're going to call all that out. We also are going to say Grammy winner, Mr. Chris Stone Kingfish Ingram. Oh, I'm sure the taste is still sweet, brother. And Grammy nominee, Mr. John Tavius Willis. We need to call out these honors because these gentlemen are fighting for what they believe and what they love. And
Atiba,
they are finding success. So,
Atiba, I have to ask you this. Brother Demeanor, is your mic on? All right, go ahead. Try to get it on, and we'll follow back to you. What you just said, first and foremost, I honor my brothers who, even Cedric, everybody who won, even OG Bobby, and everybody who was nominated and won. However, this goes part of this conversation and kind of what I believe Brother Fernando was saying, because the validation of these young brothers that are great, because in the community, they've been validated.
Oh, yeah.
Why is it important to be validated by the Western or Euro organizations when we're still in a situation saying, hey, we don't want to just be recognized. We want equity in our own birthright, because blues is our birthright.
So here's the thing. You have the systems that are in place as they are. We all have to operate within them, right? So, Chris Stone, John Tavius, they got to get their sound scans right? That's part of how they eat. That's a system that's in place, just like the sales and the touring that they do. And at the end of the day, that system that we are in is part of what the blues came from. So I understand where there's the part of it that we have to say, okay, well, we have our own stuff and we can make our own, and that's great. But the reality is, we made that inside of another system, and that's a sincere part of how we exist and will continue to exist.
Yeah, someone has.
Wait, Brother Fernando, I have to ask you a specific question based on Atiba's answer, because that question was stemmed by your statement. So now this question goes back to equity, right? Do we have the resources to do these things ourselves? And I mean the financial resources, because like Atiba said, and it's just ironic that was his answer, because that's what I have written on the page.
Yeah, well,
all of us, we love what we do, but we have to get paid.
Yeah, well, you know what? I love Atiba, and whatever Atiba says, it comes to the blues is going to be 100% right. We just have I guess like a philosophical, I won't say difference, but an attachment to each other. I've always been a fearless type person. Someone with any plight that we've had in the United States of America, someone had to take a sacrifice, had to make a sacrifice. Whether someone in education or whether someone playing a guitar. And the only person that can do that is the person who has the most to lose. And you have to say, first of all, I remember seeing Chris Stone as a little kid. He's going to play the blues whether he's getting paid or not, because that's who he is. I'm going to play the blues whether I get paid or not. That's who he is. As far as the diversity and equitable inclusion, it first and foremost has to be played by people who want to play it. Melody wants to play it. So once you want to play it, you'll do it for free, and it will come. And maybe the sacrifice, I'm gonna pick on Chris Stone. Maybe he's the sacrificial lamb that won a Grammy and said, hey, look, I'm just going to play in the state of Mississippi for the next 2 or 3 years, and we're going to make everybody come while he has the power. Or maybe Fernando is going to say it, or maybe Harrell, who's 15-year-old, a Melody, or John Tavius, my brother. Somebody has to be fearless, because often when you are fearless, the rest of the people my first record was called The Slaves Eat First. So if the slaves eat first, then they're not slaves. So the other people around us, we have to be prepared that the people around us are going to say, we're crazy. Man, you're leaving that gig to play in your backyard? But somebody has to do it. Everything that we got, somebody had to sacrifice for others to walk. And once you do that, that's when you have power. You don't have power unless you use it.
Right.
Power is about. So what better than the state of Mississippi for the Mississippi? Who in here is in the state of Mississippi right now? Okay.
Harrell is in Mississippi. Okay. Melanie, are you in Chicago, or where are you?
She's Chicago.
Yes, I'm Chicago. I'm South Side Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, so, right now.
Melody is taking a stand here in Chicago. I've taken a stand. John Tavis, I believe. Are you in the Carolinas, little brother?
Georgia.
Okay.
Georgia.
You just have to take a stand. People are going to laugh at you. They're going to say that you're crazy, but they're going to respect you. Because when the folks in festivals and things, we think that we're good and we want to be good, but you let the beer sales stop selling. And that's what we're talking about. If a white female singer that may be mediocre sells more beer than Melody Angel, who is fantastic, then they're going to go with her.
But I just want to point one thing out about that.
Let me finish this part here.
Okay.
So we have to be willing to sacrifice to know that just because somebody can sell more beer than us, that they're not more valuable than us. So that's what I'm saying to you, Melody, or to Fernando, or to any of us. We have to do this because we want to do it, and we build it, and they will come. And if we are the sacrifice for the next generation of folks that aren't even born, then that's what has to be.
A key feature of this discussion, and I was in Memphis last weekend. I was invited by Judith. Judith has logged off. She is watching via Facebook. I'm sure she's taking note. There's storms in her area apparently, and the internet is not working well. So she is going to, maybe she'll make a comment on Facebook if she has something that she really wants to chime in with. But we thank Judith, President and CEO of the Blues Foundation, for joining us.
Thank you. Now, I'm sorry. Were you going to continue, Atiba?
Yeah,
My bad.
I just want to let you know about Judith. The one of the key things we're talking about is really we're talking about two different audiences when we talk about it, and it's been brought up. We talked about the black audience and the white audience of the blues. Judith made a good point last weekend, and she said that she kind of paraphrased something that I said way better than I did, which was, the blues culture is this it has become this inclusive thing, right? And that's what I think we hear a lot is like, oh, why does there have to be all this race discussion in the blues? It's kind of a shut up and play mentality, to use the LeBron example, right? Like, why can't we just have fun? Why has it got to be so serious? But there's really two cultures that are existing and that we're fighting for. We do love our blues fans, and we want people to come out. And at the end of the day, if the energy is there, we halfway don't care who's in the audience, probably, right? But the other part of it is that the blues culture that is inclusive is actually more of a fandom. It's more of a fan culture. It is not what I call being a blues supporter. And I've had conversations with most of y'all privately, and y'all know I draw a moral line in the sand between being a music fan and being a blues supporter. To be a blues supporter, you're supporting our culture, the black culture that birthed blues, and
Black
that's
American
a different thing.
culture.
What's that?
I said Black American culture.
Black American culture.
Specifically.
Black American culture created blues. Point
Southern.
blank, period, full stop, right? For that to continue to happen, Black Americans have to continue creating blues.
Absolutely. Well,
So that's a
all black
different
people, yeah.
level of support, cultural support. So when you're engaging as a fan and part of the fandom of blues culture, you are buying records, you're buying T-shirts, you're doing all that. What those are things you gain. That's commodity. That's something you do for yourself. I went to a concert, I bought a beer, I came away with a T-shirt and a record, and I got the signature, and I feel great because I got to touch a great artist. That's all for you, fan. I might have got a couple of dollars off that record. I don't own the bar. I didn't get all that money that was for the beer that was sold that night. So as an artist and as the member of the black community that is, engaging in blues, it's a different thing. And so that's where the line is. I just wanted to differentiate between the two. There's music fans and then there's supporters. And you have to support our community and our ideas if you're going to be a blues supporter.
No, you're 1,000% correct. Before I even came to Kentucky, can y'all hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, before I even came to Kentucky, I did a lot of blues shows. I performed, I hosted, and I threw a monthly blues show in Harlem, which is the New Amsterdam Musical Association. Is predicated off the very first colored musicians union in the Americas in the late 1800s, and by the time the early 1900s comes, it's a union. Then it becomes a nonprofit, and there was black people there because I invited black people. And Harlem, during its gentrification, still had black people looking for things to do. I also performed blues at Weeksville Cultural Center in Brooklyn, right, which was full of black people and sprinkled with some white people, along with different churches in the black community, which is, as y'all brothers and sisters from Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia know, that's sacrilegious to do blues in the church. But I did. And you know what happens after this? Black folk from my age to my grandparents' age ran me down with saying they were so happy this was happening. Here's where I want to get to, and then I want Demeanor to come back and answer that initial question, because I call it the blues people. There's no culture without the people. It's a narrative, it's a language, it's a behavior, it's an interaction that is expressed through the music. But we also have to remember one thing: there is local musicians, there are historical musicians, and there are professional musicians who do this for a living. And in one of those spaces in Harlem, a black person introduced two of my friends who are close to John Tavius as doing the music from roots. So now when we discuss the the misinformation on the blues, we can't just predicate that on white folk, because there are black people who don't even understand the level of their connection to this. They think it's slave music, and it's actually the first freed music. Demeanor. Oh man! All right. So I still want that question answered. DK, jump in, and John Tavy, you didn't speak. You come in next. And why is there a false narrative around our music, which is the representation of our people? Meaning, you know what it means. Whoever want to go, John Tavy, you go first, then DK.
All right, bet. Just because he'll just going to just knock it out real quick.
Oh, okay, now.
It won't take long, and then I'm going to tell you.
You're breaking up a bit.
Can't hear.
Can you hear me?
You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, you're breaking up pretty good, brother. I'm so sorry.
Because you know that sound like my favorite song, Ancestor Blues.
Man, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can hear you.
All right, good. I'm back. All right, I was trying to back off of this sound, black South, black culture. But really on it, give me the question one more time. I'm a guy. I got knocked out.
You were cutting in and out like every half second. It's not. If there's anything you can do for your connection.
Are you asking me to say the question again?
Or you can also type in the. We have a private chat for our group. Type part of what you want to say in there. I know you just want to rattle it off, but the technology's not helping today.
Are you asking me what the question was? Okay, he's frozen.
Man, Wi-Fi sucks.
Yeah, his Wi-Fi. So.
DK, jump in.
Well, good evening, everybody. Everyone on the panel. Thank you for having me. To answer that question, I do feel that the reason why there's a false, responses and false actions and everything to young blacks playing the. For one, I feel it's because of where it started in the past. Of how at one point in time, the blues was seen as the devil's music. So the way I look at it is, when you have a certain genre of music seen as the devil's music, I feel like, honestly, and I hate to say it, but this is just my opinion, I feel like it came from the Caucasian community at that time, where their children started listening to us do this music, whether young or old, and of course then it was seen as devil's music, and Elvis Presley came along and we know the story. But when it comes to our generation, myself, Christon, John Tavius, even Mr. Harrell Davenport generation, I feel like that barrier is there because, of course, over time, different genres of music have come out. And we always hear our peers, if their grandparents are listening to blues, they go, "Oh, this old people's music," and it's not. It's our music. It's their music, and they have to understand that before they had the trap music and the city girls and all that stuff, there was blues, there was gospel, there was funk, there was soul and R&B. And all of that helped get where we are now with rap and all that. That barrier is there because as black people, we strayed away from it a little bit, especially blues. We strayed from it a little bit and just indulged in that, the hip hop rap era. We just indulged in it. There came a thing where it was, this is the hottest thing. This is what's making this person money, that person money, and it's the biggest thing. It was a trendsetter.
Can I jump in real quick? And then I want to see if we can hear Brother Demeanor, because I see the frustration. You want to get it out. I want to hear it. I have to say one thing that we have to also keep in mind when we're discussing this. We have to discuss the societal shifts, the financial disenfranchisements, right? Because I call it, hip hop is the great, great, great grandchild of the blues, because I predicated on my grandfather and his father. So my grandfather was born in 21, right? At that time, people were learning instruments, right? By the time, and they were rapping over these guitar licks and riffs. It just wasn't called that. The dances might have been called hip or hop or whatever. What happens in the late 60s, early 70s, they removed music from public school. Most Black people couldn't afford these music lessons. I know specifically in New York City, there was an era called The Bronx is Burning. Hip hop comes from that era when they had just like the blues, both musics are lack of resource, the second installment of the blues after the emancipation, and then the what becomes known as hip hop. There's no resources in the community, and the only white or European influence is the making sure there's no resources, right? So they did with what they had to do at that moment. Commercially, you're right, Brother Demina. Let's see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Does my mic work?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. What I would love to say is that we multiple things can be true at once, and oftentimes words are representing completely different facets of similar conversations, right? So when we're talking about co-option, that can be culturally, that can be financially, and that can be commercially, right? So when we talk about hip hop and how hip hop is taken over and that's all that Black people are listening to and whatever is getting funded, right? There's a difference between hip hop as a culture and hip hop as an industry, as the product of a music industry. There's a difference between the blues players as a culture and a community versus blues music that is commercial, right? And right now we're in a market we are in a market where culture is commodified. And so when we're talking about Black culture, when we're talking about Black product, when we're talking about Black artistry, oftentimes it is important for us to separate what is sellable and what is selling right now versus what people are actually creating. And then when it comes to specifically the blues, right, when there are so many different avenues, there are so many different subcultures, subgenres within the blues, the same way that there are different subgenres within hip hop. Genre does not exist outside of capitalism. So when you label an entire subset of subgenres and communities and different experiences and different perspectives under one name, it's going to be very difficult to even have the same conversation. So when we're talking to the youth about the blues and why they should care about it, if they only know the blues as this thing that existed 60 years ago, and if the pioneers of what was happening, a long time ago, are not necessarily active in the same the same market space as the youth, there's going to be a disconnect, right? And when we're talking about the severe social impact that social media has had beyond just identity politics, but in terms of the spreading of information, if we're calling culture and a commercial product the same thing, there's going to be a huge disconnect. And so I think that when it comes to the relationship between hip hop and the blues, hey, the pop music, because that's what it is. That's what rap is now. That's what people talk about when they say rap. When they talk about the City Girls or Cardi B, people are not bringing up in conversations like this the Griseldas, the Rhapsodies, the artists speaking from their actual, community.
J. Cole, for that matter.
Yeah, they're talking about pop music. They do not speak for us as hip hop any more than Faith Hill speaks for all country acts, right? Especially Black acts that are making Black music. These labels, I think, are unfair to the culture because they are not in tune with the same metrics as a commercial product.
So let me jump in here because one, and I appreciate folk like you because you've given me so much to unpack. but it's just so much to unpack, but not in a bad way, right? In a really good way. I could start by saying 50 Cent is equivalent to Howlin' Wolf, right? Muddy Waters is equivalent to Jay-Z, right? I mean, actually, I take that back and say Ray Charles is equivalent to Jay-Z. If you look at their business model, if you look at personality and their character I guess putting itself on the culture, Howlin' Wolf and 50 Cent would be equivalent. Howlin' Wolf has a song, My 44. So the conversations, the lifestyles, the things that were going on is actually the same, right? Nothing's really changed. I want to get to something that leads from your statement. And my man, Professor Harp, who's a New Hampshire bluesman, and I guess I shouldn't have to tell you guys he plays harmonica. His name is Professor Harp, but he's a deep brother and a great musician. And one of the things he always says to me in public and in interviews is that Black folk was sold a bag of goods. I just saw it on the screen, meaning that we were conned up out of our birthright. We hear these stories in the blues. We hear these stories in the Bible. And we're going to speak about the actual names of these cultural musics as well. But I want to talk about that for a moment, because what happens is, and I want to take from Brother Demeanor and separate it from the commercial space and the cultural and heritage and tradition representation, right? That's what we're going to be in right now. Black folk has been sold a bag of goods, right? There's a group of Black folk called the New Negro at the turn of the century, from 1890 to the 1920s, that were about assimilation, upper echelon of the communities, and they were the equivalent of the Reverend Calvin Butts, and I cannot believe I forget this woman's name, who also was on that crusade to rid rap of its cultural expression. They did the same thing in this time with the blues. These folk didn't want, the blues was considered bum music. It was considered low down, everything that certain Blacks wanted to get away from. We have to talk about this. Now, with that being said, the Blacks who were disconnected from it because the people in their family shunned it, believes it's slave music. Before we can speak about white, European, what is the word? Not assimilation, the other word, appropriation. Before we can speak about any of that, let us discuss the fact that there are those of the blues people that don't even understand, know, or care to know in some cases the blues narrative. And you can look at the blues narrative on African American Folklore and Jacked Out Blues. I want some, you know what?
John Tavius was having issues, but he's typed something I'd like to read. And know he was trying to speak earlier. He says, I think the reason there is a false narrative is because at every facet of blues, there is a white gatekeeper. From magazines to radio to record labels to scholars. So everything we hear is from white perspectives. We have to know and embrace our history by learning it and teaching it to each other. Modern Black music is an extension from blues. Most importantly, blues is more than just a music, it's a culture. And I can add to that just on his behalf. He might be able to speak in a second, but like this man walks his talk. He is a walking history book at his age of, are you 24 now, Quan? John Tavius? 26. I can't keep up. He's 26 now. But he is a walking encyclopedia of our culture, inside and outside of the art form of music. You want to see if your mic's working?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
It's clear.
All right, no playing this time. I just talk.
No, the playing is perfect, bro, because you remember what we talk about. You got to talk it and walk it. Go ahead.
But yeah, to piggyback off of why it's a false narrative. Yeah, like I said, everywhere you look, you're gonna find the same folks. So it's up to us. That's one thing I really learned during COVID. Was it's so because the problem been going on for a while. I hear it from generation before me, the generation before that, generation before that. My best friend was 99 before he passed 2 years ago. He was a blues man back in in the 40s. So it's the same thing, but I think now we have technology in our hand. We got each other. We know each other. And I think the best thing to do, like Mr. Jones said earlier, is in your own headquarters or in your own circle or in your own personal space is to educate somebody. I don't mean educate just white folks. Educate ourselves. That's where it started at the house, So that's why when I teach people, tell people about blues, I don't always have to reference it to modern times, really, because there's a lot of stuff that they reference, that it's just timeless topics or timeless music in general that you wouldn't think that people could, I remember when I was a kid, I used to think that that my dad had seen stuff in black and white when he was young, like I thought it was so old, that everything was seen that way. But then, once you listen past the scratches and once you listen past what seemed to be kind of like just unknown noises that we're just not familiar with, like deep in the soul of black folks, a lot of the lingo, a lot of the slang, a lot of the slang, a lot of the emphasis on certain words is still in us. That's why when we get together, we don't really have to code switch anything. We just start talking to each other the same way those records come out. I know I'm going on and on, but yeah,
that's okay, bro.
That's basically what I'm saying. We have to take it upon ourselves to educate each other, and then I think educate the masses, or just fun little tidbits that we can share with one another.
So I'll stay on you now that your mic is working. Then we go to Kingfish, Melody, Demeanor, and DK. Because
very quickly, just a time check, not for any bad reason. We have about 25 minutes left in our originally slated time. If we decide that we want to go over and continue this discussion a little bit longer, that's something we'll leave up to ourselves and the audience. But we have about 25 minutes left in our program today.
Okay, so. And the reason why I want to stay with you on this, because as I was about to ask the question, when you came back in, you kind of touched on the answer to the question. Black folk needs re-educating on their connection to this cultural expression, tradition, right, and engagement. Could you talk to us about the importance of that and give us some solutions? And I want to go around the panel for both your perspective on it and a possible solution. Go ahead, bro.
Well, my perspective is, as we listen to the music, as we dive in, naturally we'll learn stuff. Naturally we'll be able to learn stuff about ourselves, that we'll be able to combine it with the music. And, you always have those older artists that you like or newer modern artists. So I think as far as learning, I think as blues musicians, we'll learn just by being around the music as much. But as folks that not musicians, that used to be just listeners or just folks that just enjoy good music, I think as Black folks, we do need to re-educate ourselves. But like I said, I think it'll all work out, because I think the first order of business, like to make sure that we are all together. You know what I mean? Before, you want to educate the masses. Like I said, we educate ourselves as the musicians, as the people that see thousands of people, at one given day. And I think, from that on, I think everything else will fall in line. I got some books and stuff that further educate stuff, further educate myself. As far as the music, I just always look up the artists, look up folks where you from, because I think all of us are from some places where blues have been through, came through, born in, so I think we can all just take that home team advantage and just spread it around. And like I said, I keep going back off of what Mr. Jones said, just keep creating something in your own community, and you can educate those small, circle of folks. And I think it's good to start with just, a small group of people and just kind of feed off each other from there. That's what me and Kingfish and some more of my brothers been doing for, we don't do it publicly,
yes,
but privately, I think, we all should all educate each other.
Yeah, we do all support each other that way.
I mean, I think that, you know, music is a visual thing. If you see it, if it's around, if it's a show that you can actually witness, there's no comparison to that. When I do a show and I get on stage, they don't know. Everybody's all looking around like, what's this gonna be? What's it? And then you play and you do your thing, and the Black people that are there, and I, you know, obviously the blues is, I hear a lot of people say a lot of white audiences and things. Of course that's there. But for me, I have a lot of mixed crowds. And when Black people see me, because I open up for people and stuff, when they see me, the first thing they do is give me a hug and say thank you, that I didn't know this was out there and this is so amazing. So it's about being able to witness how great all these young men on this panel are, all of the women that I know are. When you witness what we can do on a stage, there's no turning back from that. So presence and being able to see us and hear us and know our stories is how we change things. And it's the first step in educating people. They're going to come to a show or they're going to go to a festival. And if they can bring their little Black sons and daughters to a festival and they see young Black people on stage, don't tell me that's not going to change their life, because it changed mine. So I know what that feels like to be that little girl out there at the Chicago Blues Fest. I was a little girl watching Black people perform. And this summer, I'm going to be on the Blues Fest stage performing. And so that witnessing us is powerful. And that's what this industry is stopping us from doing. That's the most powerful thing that we can do, even as a collective, is just having people be able to witness what you do. It can change the course of their lives. And even if they don't become musicians, they can be inspired by this. And they definitely will want to learn more about the music. So,
indeed. Great answer, John Tavius. Great answer, Melody. Kingfish?
Well, I think Quan and Melody definitely pretty much explained it, you know, for sure. It's all about the representation, and to piggyback off what Harrell said earlier. You know, I too had, like, you know, teachers and people around me that didn't understand. I can tell you many times I had many teachers say, "Oh, I don't listen to that boring, sad stuff," and I would have to explain to them that's, you know, that's pretty much, you know, not pretty much not what it is. I feel like one of the ways we can educate everybody, we just need more people to just, you know, reach out. You know, let's reach out. Let's go in the community and, you know, and have events and have discussions on about, you know, about the blues being Black music, and how this is not just, you know, sad or anything like that. Like Melody was saying, you know, when I was young, the Black bands I saw was doing it, you know, was Marquise Knox and Homemade Jams and and a host of others. That pretty much made me want to do this. So I think, yeah, you know, it definitely goes back down to representation for sure.
Go ahead, Domina. Good answer, bro.
I think it would also be important to uplift the other people that are not just like the creators, right? Because I don't think it is the responsibility of every player, of every singer, of every writer to be the face of an industry that has to fight super hard for every spot. Some people want to make music, and that should be given grace and agency and love, you know? But the thing is, in order to protect stuff like this, to be able to protect communities like this, it needs real funding. We are in the midst of the worst market in history in general, in terms of music, consumer, anything art. No one cares in the public, right? Like, in terms of what's selling, it's not about art anymore. You know, like, point blank period. It's really about, in terms of the things that get the real funding, the big light, the big networks. It is about how you propose things. So who are the people that do want to take that on, you know, and hold it down in a new space? Creators can create, but we do need those people who are going to push outside of just the creator spaces, because it is amazing that we get those experiences. Most people do not. Most people do not get to see the jams. Most people do not know anything about where to even go to find stuff like this, So like in this new world, it's like we have to have those. Within hip hop, we have to have the people that are throwing the open mics and running crazy Google ad campaigns for open mics so that people even know about it. You know what I'm saying? Because people are not just going to go unless there's like a blue check, a verified person on Instagram throwing an event. That's just the market now. So who are the people that we can empower to, go outside of the venue,
Go ahead. Then I want to change it real quick on another question. Go ahead, sir.
So there's we've been talking about a lot of stuff. As far as us engaging, as far as us learning, all of that, I think that what you have to do is look outside the box. Piedmont Blues Preservation Society put the program together, and I'd like to share a couple of things that we've been doing very specifically. My board has been really, really supportive, and our local arts community has been really supportive. And there's different ways to look at it. So when you look at blues as culture, right, you're now not beholden to whether somebody likes a guitar lick, because the reality is some people just don't give a damn about your guitar. They don't listen to music. They don't turn on the radio in their car. But that doesn't mean they can't engage with blues. We just have to get outside of that box. So that's what we've done here, and we've taken what we call a holistic view. So we had a gritty blues event, and we took blues to a farmer's market, but we also brought in a green book venue so people could understand what food equity looks like, and why. And the green book venue does shoebox lunches. I don't think I probably should have a shoebox in here somewhere, but the Green Book venue does shoebox lunches so that people can know what that experience is like of not being able to stop somewhere and feed yourself. So you're eating out of a literal shoebox that's holding your fried chicken. And the reason it's fried chicken is because fried chicken is how you didn't get sick, because frying the chicken kept it safe out of a refrigerator for, up to 15, 16 hours. Like there's reasons why our culture has evolved the way it is, and this food and everything is the way it is. And then we did a hip hop event on Friday. The Blues Society threw a hip hop event. People were like, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. It was amazing. And the one thing, Demeter was there. He's on the team that helped build this event. And one of the things that was really interesting, we picked a range of styles of songs, and it was a beat battle, right? So we gave them 5 songs. The playlist is available. If you go to our YouTube page, which some of you are watching through already, go to playlist. It's called Young Black and Blues. There's only 5 songs on it. Those are the 5 songs the producers flipped, right? One of them was 1938's What's That Smells Like Fish by Blind Boy Fuller. One was a Sister Rosetta Tharpe, Up in the Air. When we are switching literally between Jay-Z and De La Soul and these songs, there is no shift of mood in the room. I mean, and it was surprising to us. Also, the level of engagement was high. But we provided biographical information. One of our former board members and former presidents who worked in radio was asked to write up biographies of the records and the artists. And we integrated that education. And it was like, no, this isn't just a party. But when I tell you, it was like, I don't know, it's probably like the height of edutainment. They like that word, right? But like this event was like hip hop official. Nobody that, even the hardest hip hop cat was coming. We had producers that were in there, professional producers that came in and were like, yo, I got to get on the next one. Like, what is this? Like, because it's our culture and that thread is consistent. When we allow others to talk about our culture, it's talked about for different reasons. Like I said, that commodity, like they needed it to be labeled blues so they could pick it up off a shelf and differentiate it from classical. They needed it to be called jazz so they could put it on a shelf and differentiate it from country music, which is commodity. But culture doesn't work that way, and our bridges are there. We never stop making black babies, and we never stop teaching them our art, our culture, our history, our spiritual practices, and those things have always made it through, And so I think that when we look at solutions, we have to look outside the box. I put this, Judith, who's having a storm in her area, has a comment up here where she wants to hear solutions and ideas for educating. This is what we're doing. We go to schools. There's lots of blues in the schools programs, but what are you teaching them? We talk about drums and the African diaspora and the relation between the west coast of Africa and blues, and then we advance it forward to hip hop. So there's just different perspectives to look at it. Now, yield my time back because I talk a whole lot.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That was very necessary. right? No, that's very necessary for several reasons, right? Because one of the major functions of doing this panel is so people could be informed on what we're all doing and how they can be informed, right? So we appreciate your efforts. I do want to go to another question because there's something that a few of us spoke about off air that I think should be discussed now, because in the process of talking about the culture, and the culture comes from a people, and you want to know who the person is that's playing the guitar, the harmonica, the standard bass, whatever the case it is. But when it comes to this expression, it's it's called the blues for a reason, right? Because there's a blue note, right? So I want to ask y'all this question, and I really, really want John Tavius, Christian, Melody to go first, because I spoke to those three about it off air, and I want to hear what they say. Then I want DK, Demeanor, and Young Harold, who's been quiet. We got to get you in here, bro, because this is for people like you. Is there a specific style and sound that predicates the blues? Can we just be saying anything is the blues? Can you just say that because I'm black, I'm playing the blues? Are any of these things true? Because there is a specific sound and singing cadence that goes with the music. Am I incorrect? John Tavius.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if it's a particular sound because there's so many decades, from the 20s to the 20s. So I think, but I think the general sense of what the blues is still there, like you said, the cadence and stuff. But I don't know. I think when you hear it, you kind of know what it is. It might be the sevens. It might be, So I don't know. I don't know what exactly you would say the sound is, but I know for a fact when you put on some blues, I mean, you'll be able to know. I think they're more of a technical thing or audio thing. I don't know. I mean, only way I would be able to say what it is based off of other players, So that's the only way I could say, what the blues sound is. I would say go listen to such and such and such.
Well,
and such.
hold on. Let me ask you a question right there, because that's very interesting. Hearing what other players, though, the players of the turn of the century where this is established on, or what players would you have to hear say this is the blues?
I mean, all throughout, really. I mean, you can find somebody, I think, in every decade. I mean, it's a lot of the vocal phrasing is like a lot of it. The playing kind of accompanies it for sure, but I think a lot of the voice is how we all really define the blues. Because I think at the basis of it, because a lot of us just grew up in the black church, and a lot of folk, don't say it, but that's got a lot to do with what the sound of the blues got, come from. And I think I through all of it, if I had to say, I would take it back. But I said the vocal of the voices and the different cadence and stuff is probably what I would say. And if from far back as Mammy Smith to somebody present now, just some of the growls and stuff, you won't find it nowhere else besides our culture. So I think that's how really you can find it. Now, not necessarily you say blues, you can find it in other genres of music like gospel too, but it's definitely synonymous to the black sound, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. Kingfish.
Well, like you said, can you repeat the question for me again?
Is there a specific style, sound, or cadence to the blues? Can we just throw the term blues on any cultural representation of black music, right? Or is it specific to a cadence, sound, phrasing?
I have a country like a contradicting answer on that. I'd say yes and no, because yes, for one, blues is it's the roots. It everything that we have now is the fruit. So you have blues in everything. In the basis of it. However, there's still something that's there that needs to be deciphered. You just can't sing a certain line and say, oh, it's blues. No, you have to there's certain things that you have to do and say and have to live just to just to play it. There's like certain growls and certain field hollers and whatnot. So yeah, I kind of stand like half and half on that, like like a yes and no.
Good answer. Okay. Melody.
I mean, for me, I think everything they said was great. It's blues is the foundation for every genre that exists in America. So it's literally at the bottom level
It's the beginning of all pop music and all record labels.
And so that's why sometimes, even if I'm listening to somebody who's not a blues artist, I'll hear some blues in something that they did. And I think because of that, it's such a strong base that, you know it when you hear it. And there's no, and I know it when people are trying, but they're not doing, it's that feeling like you hear somebody play the blues and it's like, it's supposed to be the blues. I mean, it's a 12-bar blues, but for some reason it just don't hit me right here. And that's because the blues, for whatever reason, much like gospel, it hits you right in your heart. And you feel a deeper connection to it. I don't really know how to explain. That's why you know it when you hear it, because it's something so original about it, because it's the beginning. And just like gospel, it was right there at the beginning. And so I think for me, it's about the emotion behind it. I mean, when I heard B.B. King, just to say, for the first time, I could not believe that his emotion of him singing matched his emotion of playing. That simultaneous thing was unbelievable. And it only really happens in the blues, because I don't know why, but it only happens with the blues. And maybe that is just because it's the foundation of everything.
Okay, good answer, all three. Before I get to Brother Demina and DK, I want to hear from young brother Harrell on that one. And by the way, I don't know if you know that audio you sent me was fire. Go ahead.
Okay. See, the blues, to me, it's kind of the piggyback off what Miss Melody said. It's a feeling. Anything just can't be the blues. You gotta feel it. The first voice of the blues, the first instrument of the blues was the voice. I never knew that. My godfather taught me that. The first instrument of the blues is the voice. And the blues comes from the field hollers, the slaves, Africa. When we got brought over here on the ship, like B.B. King said, why sing the blues? And so it can't just be anything, but every genre has a little bit of the blues in it, to put it like that. Cut it sweet and short, say it.
Brother Demina, then Brother DK. Then I'll bring you in on another question, Mr. Fernando.
I mean, I think that you could definitely argue, right, that there are certain scales, right, to play in. There are certain ways of there are certain syncopations. There's like the storytelling. These are the things that make up the blues, right? These are the things, but there's so much different music. And I think that, like, I guess my perspective coming into this is like, how do we engage with new audiences, new Black audiences that didn't grow up with the familiarity that some of you are talking about, right? When it comes to that, like, oh, you just know it when you hear it, Well, it's like, if I didn't grow up hearing it, like, how could I ever know, Like, if I grew up in the old time world, I don't hear a lot of differences between like what happens in a lot of those spaces in the blues spaces. I think that when it comes to like the beginning, and when we think of like the art form, it is Black. It's Black storytelling, and it is a celebration of our overcoming of adversity. It is just acknowledging reality. It is acknowledging, and then when we apply, the history of how our music has traveled from West Africa, when we talk about the banjo, when we talk about the scales that come from Eastern Africa and how they like percolate over here, like those like some of those like Egyptian scales on the oud, that's the blues, like that. There are Indian ragas that sound very similar to blues. So when we talking about like the Black experience, we are also it's not even about always just what started here, because like we are taught our history starts in shackles. It doesn't, you know. We are taught that we are a minority. We are a global majority, you know. And when we see the commonalities between all of the global majority, brown people absolutely everywhere, and this entire, you know, pool of water that is filtered down into the specificity of Black American music, I think it comes down to like the way we tell the stories, the scales that we choose because of our ear and what we are used to, and then how we tell our children about it and how we speak to each other as the youth, how I would speak to my friends about it is like, yo, when we listen to how like rappers are talking about the streets, yo, is that for everybody? No. Are people being authentic and talking about their experiences? Yes. And when people say, what's the difference between trap music and mumble rap and stuff like that? It's a situation where like, oh, well, you just know. You just know when you feel it. So there's the similarity. There's the, you know, through line between just like Black American music in general. Sorry, I know I'm ranting.
No. There's a rapper. I keep forgetting this brother's name. He's tall, slender, and dark-skinned out of Brownsville, not far from where I grew up. Man, I can't think of this brother's name. But he did this song that was a chant before the Migos came out. And then the Migos kind of did the same thing. And if you really strip the what we can call the modern sound out of it, it is a direct reflection, right, of whether it's Bush parties, field hollers, or however we express that music in days of old. So you can hear, you do hear it, right? I do agree with that. DK, go ahead.
I feel that with blues in general, it's life. The blues is life. And of course, bringing back culture and heritage. I'm sorry. Of course, we're all not racist on this panel. But you cannot sit here and tell me that some Ivy League, you know, silver spoon-fed young man or young lady knows more hurt and pain than I do. Because like they say, with this genre, just with us as people, it's hard being Black. And then you have all these discussions of, oh, well, it's hard being white too. You can say that, you know, you can say it, but is it really? So when you really look at it, especially when it comes to the blues, this is the only style of music. I believe Ruth Brown said it best. She said this was the style of music where a man could cry in public and nobody would bash him for it.
All right now.
So then when a woman comes and does it, to me, it just makes it even more important because this Black woman is getting a chance to share her hurt and pain with the world.
Awesome.
Going back to the question to answer it, the blues is life, simply. But when it comes to that Black life, you will never understand what it's like getting your license and driving for the first time. And the first thing on your mind, you ain't even worried about a seatbelt or if you're going to run a red light, you worried about if you're going to get pulled over because of your skin.
The first lesson my mother gave me getting behind the wheel of a car, it's so funny. Like, she's like, all right, you ready for your first driving lesson? Great. We get in the car. She's like, okay, check your mirrors, check your lights, got your seatbelt on, start the car. I start the car. She goes, bloop, 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 you just got pulled over. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
She didn't care if I could operate that vehicle. She cared that her son could survive an interaction with the police. Yes. It's a different thing. It like makes me real emotional just thinking about it, like, you know, what it must be like. Now I have children that I'm having to teach, unfortunately, similar things. And it's like, I understand what you're saying about the perspective. And the life part is really essential. You know, when we go into blues in the schools for Piedmont Blues Preservation Society, I tell this kind of little anecdote that is, you know, when we go, like I said, you know, the blues is built off of this rhythm, and the rhythm really is the most consistent thing in the Black musical experience across the planet. You know, and I say that, but that rhythm is essential to life. One, it comes from our human heartbeat. And they do teach that in Western music with the Gregorian chant and stuff, but we know it from our African music as well, right? And Indian music. About we found music, the world found music, no matter where you think it started, here, inside of ourselves, in our heart, with our heartbeat first. And so I say, you know, if a guy goes up to the top of a mountain, he bangs on a drum, 3 miles over, you know, a villager hears it in the next village, and the king's son is born, right? So now they can celebrate 3 miles away. Say next day he goes up to the same mountain, he bangs on a drum, and the rhythm is understood to mean our women were raped, our villages burned, and you're next. How then important and essential to life is rhythm for the African diaspora? Like, and that's where we kind of jump off on the west coast of Africa and talk about what the universal thing, when you say it's essential to life, we're talking about now that universalness, it is essential to life. It's so essential that under threat of death, we continue to make music. We continue to find ways to maintain our rhythms with our feet, with our hand claps, with our juba pats, continue to try and hide lyrics and messaging that we need to get it wrong, and used our music as a weapon to find freedom and to save people's lives. You know, that is what it is to be essential to the blues for me. And that spirit that goes through that is what we, people don't understand. So when I say it's a fandom of culture, that's the blues community, that's great. And we love all of y'all. Nobody, it's not an exclusionary statement. It's just not your culture. Like, and I'll say it very strongly and plainly, you are guests here. Like, and you will always be. You could spend 50 years doing it. I'll say this other part because Lamont and I talked about this. When I say that, people get really upset. But the National Endowment for the Arts, our own federal government, who runs the North Carolina Folk Festival, or the National Folk Festival, on whose programming committee I have sat on, we had to say, what is the definition of folk music? And folk music, as defined by them, is music that comes from a specific region or a specific family or culture. So if you are from, you know, I don't know, someplace, it doesn't matter. Lamont and I got into semantics the other day about this, but it doesn't matter where you're from. If your family is not a family that has been making kimchi for 15 generations and selling it to the community, right? Because you found a recipe and have been making it for 40 years, doesn't mean you can't start your own business. It still means it's not your culture, though. It doesn't mean you don't have respect for the culture.
Let me jump in right there and piggyback off what you're saying, because you raise and make a very strong and important point, right? The definition of folk and the definition of folk expression and tradition. Here's where I think we go wrong as Black people.
We're also officially over time. So those of you that are hanging in with us, we just thank you, because we were supposed to be done a short while ago, but we're still going. I just want to acknowledge that we have not forgotten the time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Black people are not a monolithic group of people. Let's just get that straight, because that's the story. Broader than just the blues, that's the story. That's one. But the one thing, these spaces like the National Endowment of the Art, because I'm a folklorist and a bluesman, being in this folklorist space, they're very, very specific about what predicates the culture, the tradition, and its practices. The problem is those of us of the blues, those of us of, you know, mariachi, whatever it is in the Black community, we should be taking it just as serious, as well as it should be responded to as we're taking it serious. Because to your point, Atiba, all of these other cultures have the Celtic, or they all have the ability to, mariachi, as I said, have the ability to celebrate and hold on to their birth-given traditions, except for Blacks and the blues, and even hip-hop at this point. I want to bring in Brother Fernando on this. One, why do you think and I know where you stand, because I'm very clear what you're saying. I agree with you, don't get me wrong, but I still want to hear your thought outside of just doing our own thing in our own space, right? Why is it that any other cultural expression can be kept with that particular ethnicity, race, nationality, tribe, except for something birthed and practiced by Black people, specific to the blues?
Well, collectively, we as a Black diasporic people, we are sharers and we are creators and we are givers. And it is natural for us to share. And we believe that benevolence will always come our way. And oftentimes it doesn't. And that's just pretty much who we are.
So we okay. So that could also be equated to
many
how
people don't know.
that could be equated to how America was infiltrated when those ships came. How Africa and other spaces are infiltrated. We let them in, and
Exactly.
then it was exactly okay. So now I have this,
and it happens in the blues. You know, for example, just say a Black male-led blues band. This Black guy who may make a name for himself after 7 Black men before him passes away and he gets a shot. That Black man that was the 7th on the list passes away, and his guitar player or his drummer, who is Eurocentric or is Asian or whatever, automatically gets a free pass to do all of the festivals. So, you know, Bruce Hornsby said that's just the way it is, you know. So we have to embrace our free-heartedness, but we also have to realize our equity, and we also have to be fearless. And one thing that I've learned as a free Black man is that people respect you when you know who you are and why you are. And to the young brother Harrell, who's 15 years old, the youngest one of us here, man, do your own thing and don't wait, you know.
So let me follow up with a question. I would like you to go first. Sister Melody, King, John Tavius, DK, please, Harrell, I want you to give your assessment too. And Atiba, jump in too, okay, on this particular question, because this is something that we all have spoken about together, individually, or posted about. And I found myself having to explain to non-Black blues people to stop using this statement because it is not true. We're keeping blues alive. That's all I'm going to say, and I'm going to let y'all go for it.
I'm glad that you mentioned that. Even though I'm a recipient of an award with that title, I always say keep the blues healthy, because blues will always be alive because it's part of the molecular structure of American music and of world music. So it's never going to die, but it's important to keep it healthy. Just like we watch our diet and things like that, you know, because at some point in time, it's as if the blues has got sugar diabetes, you know, so, so we just want to make sure that we keep it healthy. So
I dig it. Sister Melody?
I agree. And I think that healthy should mean a non-racist community. I think that if you go to a blues show, it should not matter how many Black people are at the festival or not. That should not, if that turns you away because you look at the list and it's not enough of a certain color, you there's a problem there that you need to resolve. Once again, I refuse to like work on things that I don't need to work on. I'm not a racist and I don't have those issues, but those that are and find themselves a fan of the blues, there's a lot of hypocrisy going on there, and you need to take a look at that for yourself as a person. And just check yourself at the door, basically, and bring love into the room, because the people that's on the stage, they love what they're doing. And they are Black and beautiful, and they should be allowed to continue that in a healthy environment that's not always looking through them or past them.
Dig it. King, you want to jump on? He jumped off when I asked him to jump on.
Nah, sorry. I, for one, when it comes to the keeping the blues alive statement, I, for one, never understood it because, for one, the blues is not on life support. You know, it's not dying. No, it's as long as there are black folk on this earth. You know, because whether black folk want to talk about it or not, every black person on this earth got blues in them. As long as every black, as long as there are black people on this earth, blues, blues is always going to be there. So yeah, all of us is just doing that simply just by being us and playing our music. For sure. That's all I have to say on that one.
That was a good answer. So I want to change this. I want to keep it to the keeping it alive, but I'm not putting you on the spot, my brother. But I have to ask the question to you a little bit different. All right, Quan?
Mm-hmm.
Based on what Kingfish just said, is it insulting as a blues musician and a professional one, right, to hear people say they're keeping blues alive when you get flown around the world as a black blues musician to play country blues and all the other blues in between? Because I don't know if they heard you on that Electric yet. The brother gets busy, but go ahead.
I said, I don't know if I would say it's insulting or not. It just lets you know what people think. And I think it's keeping the blues alive is a good motto. It's a good if you got like good folk behind it. It sounds like a good thing and like a good cause, But I think we are all examples that the blues is being kept alive and it's doing well. We ain't Kingfish, a young man, I'm a young, all of us, still doing our thing. The timeline can line right up from, we can name somebody else and we can have a whole timeline for 100 years. But I think we're gonna keep doing it. But it's about basically saying what's been in the, like I said earlier on the magazine, what's in the cause keeping the blues alive as performers, we ain't got to worry about it. But as far as keeping the blues alive as promoters and booking and radio and all the stuff I mentioned earlier, that I think we'll get that, but I think that's really important, keeping the blues alive in every facet of the blues, and that's by placing blues people, as we've been saying, in every realm, to really keep it, where it's going. Like I said, we can be performers all day long, but on that back end, we have to be present as well.
I dig it. And just for those who don't know, Jack Dapper Blues Radio interviews black blues musicians or legacies or parents or great-grandparents or documentarians about to put the proper context of the story of the blues people. We're on the radio. You can get the African American Folklorist magazine, which features blues artists and the culture and tradition that predicate the music. It could be about your food, right? It's called Southern Food now, which started in Chicago in the 40s. But when I was growing up, they didn't say, my grandmama never said, I'm making soul food. She said, boy, come get your dinner. Right? So that's just that. Brother DK, I just had to say that because, just real quick, Brother DK, the reason why I made that statement, or if you will, shameless plug, because Quan said it, I think Kingfish said it, I believe Demeanor said it. It's like a basketball team. You have the point guard, you have the shooting guard, the center, the forward. Everybody has a position. And if we all play our position well, and if we all come to the table with these different positions, we can, which is my mantra, take back our narrative, put it in the proper perspective, in the proper context. And it's okay for other people to enjoy it, engage it, but it's not okay for other people to tell our story. And for those other people, it's okay for you to tell your story too. Nobody's telling you not to tell your story. I don't want nothing tore down. If you don't want it setting up or a wreck, put it in a museum. Keep everybody's story, because I don't want one day for someone to say, this didn't happen. I know it happened. We got proof. Just let us tell our story. Brother DK, go ahead.
The excuse me, the statement or motto, slogan, keeping the blues alive, in my opinion, is okay. But again, as my good friend Christone said, it was never on life support. And I guess it was made to market, I guess, to trend in a way, which is understandable. But the thing is, there are many, just handfuls, several of young musicians playing blues, especially black. You have Sean McDonald, Stephen Hall, Dylan Triplett, just to name a few. And then, of course, this young man, Harrell Davenport, and we're all sitting here being told, man, you guys are keeping the blues alive. And we look at each other and laugh because we're like, it was never dying. We just haven't been seen yet. No one's heard. No one's take the time to go, let's get you up here. Because the same people who are telling us that, many are promoters, venue, all that stuff, big clubs and stuff. They're all telling us that. And we do appreciate the support verbally. Yeah. But if you really want us to keep the blues alive, as Nina said, we're going to have that support behind us. That is not just only musicians, because as musicians, we're going to stick together no matter what. Because we're young, black, and blue. We're in a way to the world, we're the only ones doing this, So it's like, yeah, we do need those Brinks trucks behind us going, hey, got you guys this big venue and everybody's bringing home some bank so we can continue to support this, keeping the blues alive. Because, again, it's like Miss Melody said, you go to a show and she has a black audience and those few black people say, thank you so much. I've gotten that before because it's true. Weeze is tired of the blues being labeled as a white thing. Again, like Miss Melody said, we're not racist. There's no way that we can be racist. It's just not possible. Yes, we don't mind you singing your song and telling your story, but you're not going to sit here and act like your story is so original and unique when you singing somebody else's pain and suffering. That's us. That's our grandparents. That's us. Blues is us. But we do it because we have to represent. We have to. It's instilled in us. We do it for a reason.
I've been through that griot tradition.
For money. If you do music for money, especially blues music, you're not going to go far. You're not. You may get where you want to be, but you're not going to go far because people are going to go, this person's only doing this for clout, for money, whatever. But when you have that spirit in you that says, raw, I got to be heard. I have to let people know what's going on.
You have a message for the people.
You do a lot more, whether it's free or paid.
Yeah, I want to agree with you, and I also want to just give Brother Fernando a shout out because that was a message he had in his very first statement when we first started this broadcast. Mm-hmm. I got to give. I have to call you Sister Melody. I almost called you Miss Melody, but we all know that's BDP, so I don't want no confusion. You Sister Melody. You remember Miss Melody, right? Do you remember Miss Melody? Okay. No? Oh, no. Okay, so I just aged myself. That's all right, Sister Melody, but
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's okay. Because you know why? You know why that's okay? Because the point of me calling you out just now, because I was giving you your flowers right now. That was really why I shouted you out. I want young Harrell and Atiba to answer this keeping the blues alive answer before we begin to wrap this up.
Okay.
Well, to
Go
me,
ahead, Harrell.
Oh, my fault. The blues has never been dead, like everybody else said. Blues isn't gone nowhere. I had a person tell me they took the blues and they handed it back to us on a silver platter. No, that's a tale.
Can I ask a question? Is this a white person that said this to you?
Yeah. Oh, and it was a famous person too. Pretty big name too.
Oh man.
In the blues.
Who might that be?
Who might it be?
You could
No,
tell us
but
offline.
let's not put him in that
It's all right.
situation. He's very young, and he has a choice to make. And I have spoken with his mother, and I'd like not to put him in that position.
But
Just out of respect.
We also, that's something we didn't talk about, but I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna let you finish. That's something very important because a black artist cannot say certain things until they're at a certain place. You know,
I agree, and I would want to put him in that position, but I don't want to put him in that position.
We got private chat now, but
yeah, but you know,
well, finish, young brother. Finish, young brother.
Well,
okay, I'm through.
And then I've been called so many racial slurs. I just like to say, the blues isn't dead. It hadn't never died. As long as black people are playing the blues, we need to get the younger generation into it. But as long as people are playing the blues, and people are keeping it steady, especially the black race, we can. That term is to me is trash. It needs to go to the junkyard.
No, I hear you, Atiba. I'm sorry. I have to not allow you to answer this because of something this young brother said.
Okay.
Based on playing the blues, you were called racial slurs.
Mm-hmm. Plenty of them.
This has to be discussed briefly because it is the same people who are saying they're keeping the blues alive and going to blues festivals and playing blues in some cases. I don't want to get into the flag. This is a problem. And what I would like, Atiba, you can start since I stopped your answer. Mm-hmm. How can we address and what is the solution? Because that is unacceptable for anybody to come into my house, our house, and use these kind of words. Because I saw what people, when people came into my granddaddy house saying things he didn't like, I saw what happened.
Mm-hmm. So I often say this thing, to people when I'm talking about the context of this multi-generational conversation. This was very intentional that we have these younger people in the call, and that, Kingfish, that you're the age that you are and being invited, Melody, that you're the age that you are. We wanted a range. I tell them they would never sit in muddy, and this is specifically for white people. I just want to be very clear. I tell them you would never sit in Muddy Waters' living room and talk trash about his grandchildren to his face. You would not do it. And doing it behind closed doors isn't any better. It still makes you, to use Harrell's very appropriate word, trash. And we say that, I say that with earnest because, I believe in treating people well as a minimum standard for life. And most of the people that I know, especially the black community, believes in treating people well as a minimum standard of life, So if we're going to do that, then we have to accept the evolution multi-generationally. Grandparents don't like everything their grandkids like. That's fine. That's the story of the world across all cultures. But things are going to evolve, things are going to change, and we do have traditions we want to maintain. We don't always agree on what those traditions are. It's half the reason that new traditions get made. But they are traditions and inform what happens in the future, no less. So when it comes to keeping the blues alive, the idea that we weren't making babies and teaching them our culture is insulting. It is short-sighted. And I think that when you look at having institutions in the blues and in the world in general that deal with Black culture and Black art, you guys need to grow up.
No, it's real.
There's not a better way to say it. Grow up. That's it.
Go ahead, young brother.
A guy in the comments, Rick D. Leonard.
Yeah.
Like Rick. You just said, he has the whole thing screenshotted. And this lady who said it, I mean, she's a pretty good person in the blues world. Kingfish and DK, y'all probably know her. She's right from Nashville.
We've got his comment up on the screen now.
Brother Rick.
Rick is an ally, a strong ally. And thank you for validating the story of this 15-year-old young man.
So, look, I want to as we begin to end, because we went over time, and I know everybody got other things to do. I appreciate everyone being here, and I appreciate being part of this. But there's one last thing we have to discuss. Again, this is something that I discuss off air with all of you that I've spoken on the phone with multiple times. The word that is I want to use for this conversation is nostalgia. Because I think with the fandom concept breeds nostalgia. I'm a purist when it comes to the blues and Black American country tradition, because that's just what I was raised up in. However, the nostalgia of the blues, when we hear some of these non-Black folk talking about they want to be in these juke houses on plantations with these Black folk, or in these backwood areas with these Black folk in the turn of the century or before then, or even in the 40s and 60s for that matter, because we all know about Sister Fannie Lou Hamer and what happened to her in the late 60s, right? I'm like, no, you don't, because I don't want to be there, and I'm of it, right? But there's this ideology, this concept of the nostalgia of blues, of the hobo, of the this, of the that. Please talk to me of this, gentleman and lady, if you're still there, Sister Melody. You know what? Fish, start, if you will. Brother Fernando, DK, Harrell, then Atiba, take us out. If Sister Melody comes back, let her get a piece if she's interested.
Think you got your mute button, brother. Oh, it's fine.
Wow, my problem,
I know you. Look, he's used to having a sound engineer now.
Hey, but yeah, can you repeat the question? That was a lot to unpack and everything. Can you repeat again?
This idea of nostalgia by non-Blacks when it comes to the blues and how they think it works, and talking about they want to go sit with Charlie Patton on the plantation porch or in a juke joint and stuff like this.
They don't truly understand. They wouldn't know. I can tell you, I've done interviews where I've been asked questions. Would you want to be a bluesman in the 1940s? And I would just look at them crazy like, no, because a lot of pain, a lot of hurt, and a lot of anger came from that era, that birthed the blues that we have today. So yeah, it's just you have some people that are ignorant and think that this is all just it kind of goes back to what I just saw coming on the banner, saying that some people might go to a blues show and think they're going to the zoo, for a couple of hours, and thinking that it's some type of minstrel show or something like that. And then when they come down off that little high, where it's back to being my excuse my French, is back to being the niggas. So yeah, it is. Yeah, that's my point on that for sure.
I hear you. Sister Melody, did you hear the question?
No, I did not. What was the question?
The nostalgia of non-Blacks as it relates to the blues, going back to the 20s or the 40s, sitting in the plantation playing the guitar with one of these old guys. What do you think about that? Or even, non-Blacks decorating Black blues musicians up as if they picking cotton and stuff like this. What do you think about this?
Listen, being Black is like, it's a whole thing. We just don't get to live life the way everybody else does. And people say, okay, you're free. But for Black people, hold on. But for Black people, it's free, but you're free, but all of these things that you cannot do, all of these places you cannot go, all of these goals you're not supposed to be able to reach, all of these doors you're not supposed to be able to go in, all of these roads you're not supposed to be able to take. There's all of these things that is just from when we're little kids to adulthood that we're just hammered with. And it's like being in a maze, and every corner you go around, there's a dead end. Oh, I got to go around this other corner. We got to do so much. And we're tired, but we don't get to be tired either. We don't get to be exhausted. We don't get to be frustrated. I have to put a smile on my face and go out on stage, even though an hour before or 2 hours before I was getting messages on my Instagram or Twitter talking about we don't need no more ends at this show. They got too many ends on this lineup. Literally. And it's not a game. It's not a joke. No. I deal with hateful messages on a daily basis.
I'm sorry.
And I don't know any other Black artists that don't deal with it. At the same time, you're telling me that things are getting better. I will tell you when things are getting better. You don't tell me that things are getting better. I am so sick of people that do not look like me telling me that things are getting better. Stop doing that. You want to be an ally to me? Ask me if things are getting better. And then if I say no, do something about it. I think a lot has been said. Obviously, we can do our own things. I do my own shows and I have people in there. And I don't make excuses. I get out and grind and I have people in those seats and they enjoy themselves and they go home. We can build things together, but I'm not letting white people off the hook at the same time to say that they shouldn't be doing their job as well. Mm-hmm. It's a system in place and a system that white people created. That's just the fact. So only white people can fix their creation. And if you want a system that includes all, you can create that. There is no excuse for not having one. We will do the work. I will always do work. I will always work for my Black people to make our lives equal the way it's supposed to be. But white people have to do something too. They cannot be let off the hook because you have one Black friend at work.
Listen. First, right? That reminds me of, I can't remember who said it, but there was like, racism is not a Black person problem, it's a white person problem. I love what you just said. Before we go to Brother Fernando, please, Sister Melody, tell the people about the almost, I think you're at 400 days now running for Breonna Taylor.
No, I've been running for 711 days.
Woo!
Until we get justice for Breonna Taylor's murder.
Well,
you're a different breed. I just want to say you're a different. People don't understand. Like, one thing we haven't talked about is like the Black woman. Like, it was really important that you were here. We had some others that were here and some that weren't able to join. But like, the community, the Black community, stands on the Black woman, and we're probably remiss in not having talked about that more and sooner in this conversation. And we as Black men in this position also need to find ways to look at ourselves from inside our community and support more and better. We might not have always had great examples of what that looks like, but like you said, that's not an excuse. Mm-mm. And it's not your work either. So I just want to acknowledge that for myself. And that's a perspective I had to come to, but also for the community at large, that, we see you and we know that the work that you're doing is different than anything we ever could do. So thank you.
That's right. I thank you too. I will not say that I'm not fighting for my Black women, but I will say we can always do more, right? And I personally feel that we're the individual, meaning the man, the woman, the child, they're all individuals, but I speak collectively because both man, woman make the balance. One has to listen to one has to listen to the other. They both have to come to the table. And when the family was broken up, everything else went downhill. With that being said, Sister Melody, I salute you. I salute you, because that is over 700 days. I don't. There might be only 2 people in my life that I know that's that consistent, and that's a testament of what I said earlier. And I agree with you, Brother T. But so, I was busting your chops when I was like, no, I for one, I was busting your chops. But that's a testament to what I was saying, in how we have to take it serious. Our narrative, our tradition, our vernacular, our behaviors, our engagement, enough to not allow it to be told by other people. But we also have to remember there are people that are of our community, that of the blues people, that don't know a smidget of the things that those of us on this panel knows, right? And we have to, as somebody said earlier, give them grace. We also have to remember a lot of the folklorists and the university academics, non-Black ones, that were writing about our music, our experience, our cultures, etc., etc. It wasn't for our consumption. See, when I first started this, and then I want Brother Fernando to go with that question, but when I first realized I was a folklorist in the space, making sure my entire mission was to put our story in the proper context, or at least be the conduit to help my peoples put our story in the proper context. I only found literature by white people, whether American, German, some European, whatever, non-Black, particularly non-Black American specifically. Then, as I just read with my children or read for my leisure, I realized Black folk don't title their literature blues this or learn the blues that. Mildred D. Taylor, her family books are an entire story of blues. It don't have the blues in it because she didn't have to put the blues in it because it was a Black story. And we have to, so who are they writing it for? So when we're addressing it and we're looking to put the story in the proper context, when we're looking or calling them to task, we have to also call them to task to fix the narrative they've given their people, because the stories they're telling is not for us, it's for their consumption.
And over generations, that story has been told with specific intention to getting it wrong. Like, for decades, they held our history. Like, you walk around, my other catchphrase I've probably said to all y'all, now the world gets to hear it, I guess. But I say, ain't nobody trying to take my, I'm getting tired. Ain't nobody trying to take tacos from Mexicans. I can take a tortilla, you watch me grill it up. I put pickles and chocolate in it. Doesn't matter. Your brain still goes to Mexico, because that's what a non-broken cultural link looks like.
You want to hear something ironic about that? Do you want to hear something ironic about that?
What's that?
What we think is Mexican and Italian food don't even come from those people.
Oh yeah. Because we're learning of it from inside our culture. Like, growing up, a lot of people thought Taco Bell was Mexican.
So, I mean, that's hysterical. But you're right though, brother Fernando, and then we DK, and then Harrell, and we could wrap it up, because I love y'all though. But go ahead.
All right, give me that question so I can answer exactly.
The nostalgia of the blues by non-Black folk.
Well, I think the pros and cons of it. The simple pros that's great. The cons of it, if I am in power and I praise a ghost and lay accolades on a ghost, then I don't have to lay them on the living being.
I understand. I think we all understand. But for the audience,
so therefore,
break that down.
If everybody on this panel has a reverence for the past and know that we stand on the shoulders, but we also have a responsibility to know that one day we will be ancestors. and people will talk about us just like we talk about the ghosts. And I say that respectfully. The young brother Chris Stone, when people ask him about somebody, if he wants to play in the 1940s, they could form their mouth to say something great about him that can bring him economic success. For example, if somebody says, a person that's alive and somebody that's dead, and you're on a national television, and somebody says, hey, who's your favorite baseball player? And they name somebody that's been dead 100 years, and they say, man, that's cool. If you praise the guy that's alive, maybe he'll get a new bubblegum card, he'll get some cleats, he'll get a baseball bat, because once you lay praise on him, other people will salute him. You can't go back and give money to someone who is deceased, because in the blues, most of us who have gone on to the great beyond, our families don't even have access to those resources. So that's how I feel about it, So, but what do I know?
No, you said a lot, bro. You said a lot. DK,
you know quite a bit.
Well, I'll put it to you like this: how would they feel if I went up to, let's say, Michael Bublé, and I said, hey, if you were singing this type of music in Frank Sinatra's time, let's say the 50s and 60s, would you go back and sing at that time? Now, I'm pretty sure Michael would say, oh, of course, it's Frank Sinatra. But then you're not thinking about what you would have to see in that world at that time. With us,
right,
we would have to see no niggers allowed. You can't sit here, boy, and you're a 40-year-old man. So, of course, that nostalgia situation does bother me a little bit, because I always question them and go, well, why do I have to have this goal or dream of wanting to play back then when I'm doing it right now? When people ask me who I credit for where I'm at today and where I'm continuing to go, I say, I think the B.B. King Museum, which is ran mostly by Black people. I thank Christone Ingram. I thank John Tavy as well as Marquise Knox. We did Foxfire last year, which year before last was a success. And I'm giving people their flowers while they're here. It's all about the accolades of here. I mean, yes, we are thankful for those who have gone.
I think that culture is changing.
Yes.
And here's a key thing about it. So we look at our culture, again, it's our culture, so it permeates everything. We're talking about it in the context of music, but my brain has switched off. This conversation has nothing to do with music for me. And never does and never will. And it's no disrespect. I know we have musicians here. It is our culture that's being represented. Exactly. That's the part, and it represents everywhere. So when you look at folks like LeBron that have come through in the sports industry, you say whatever you want about that man, Jordan conversations, whatever. Nobody in history has ever done to sports what LeBron has done. Nobody in history has ever done to sports what Cap has done as far as gaining equity. Like, players are in the front office now just about because of LeBron. And maybe they always should have been, because it's one of the only ways that they could get equity, right? So these things happen in different segments of society and then come along into different, and they cross. I also work in sports television at Olamont. You moonlight as well. So we see this stuff up close, and when you know what a college player looks like, and you know what the one that looks like, what the one that's going to make it looks like, right? And then you know the one that's not going to make it, and he's a senior, and he's going home, and he's going to have a degree that may or not be of value. You know what I mean? No, we stand next to both of those, and that's our culture too, and it's that culture of equity. So, but the equity we're seeking is just in this. So.
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
Can I add somebody to your LeBron list?
Oh, yeah. Go for it.
Allen Iverson, because
AI, hip hop, the braids, the style of dress. These men made very intentional decisions to represent culture. Sister Rosetta Tharpe made very intentional decisions that, her stroking the neck of a guitar, as phallic as it looked, was the only way to get the sound that she wanted. She was going to endure the browbeating of her own church, of her own faith community, the people that raised her from a child. kicked this woman
Lacey.
out just about on the street, you know,
No, real.
because she had a
Ruben
talent,
Lacey.
you know, like, so our culture has its own things inside of it, of course, but
Yes.
this is about the culture of the thing. And so even when we talk about the nostalgia, that's what's so beautiful. That's what people levitate towards, but there's a consonant dissonance with it, with the nostalgia.
Yes, nice.
Like, and I experienced, I know Judith and I were in a room last week with a bunch of other affiliates, blues societies. You know, we're a blues society, part of this great group of institutions that the Blues Foundation helps keep connected. And they do a lot of great work. Because great work was done doesn't mean, and because good intentions were the purpose, doesn't mean no harm was done. And that has to be acknowledged also. So that perspective of nostalgia, I equate to purism a lot of the times. And when people are nostalgic for those musics of those times, I find that often they don't realize there is a subconscious association with other things that are of that time, like the treatment of Black people, like perspectives on where we stand in society. Oh, well, if you just did this, or maybe if you tried it that way. No, how about if I open my mouth, I'm speaking English, you just listen and follow what I said, which I think is kind of what Melody was saying. You have to do the work yourself. Like, so I've told you what I need. Now I gotta go fill out an application, read 3 books, get a degree, all for you to just pay me for work that I did. Like,
it's like I told
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Atiba, I don't know if you met this young man, but at IBC there was a young man, 19 years old, named Matthias. I know Kingfish knows.
I haven't. Somebody posted his name earlier, and I didn't know what they were saying, but they posted Matthias, and it was at the end of a comment. What's his last name? Matthias. That was his mom?
Oh, his mom.
Okay. I'm glad he was able to hang in with the conversation then.
Blues and jazz together. And he and Mr. Sean, Kingfish again knows what I'm talking about, are reestablishing blues in the Houston community, because the area such as like the building where Bobby Bland recorded for Duke and Peacock, that building is gone.
Yeah.
He's like, there's no, blues scene in Houston, really. But I was bringing up Matthias to say this. He got down about the outcome of IBC.
Yeah, many people did this year for various reasons.
People did, especially many years. Quite a few Black blues, bands there. But I told him, from a 24-year-old standpoint of the blues, and from being around the company I've been around, Chris Stone, John Tavis, I said, dude, don't let this dictate your music career. I said, as young Black musicians in the blues, we have to be what I call a force of nature. We have to make people, and excuse my language, we have to make people want to F with us. They have no choice but to deal with us. You're going to hear what I have to say, but you're also going to hear my music as well. But you're going to hear what I have to say. And it may not be musically, but when I get this point across, just know that I've made my point. It's like a Black grandparent. When grandma say, get your, you already know what that means.
Yeah,
and that's where we
Mama
have
said that too.
We have to be there.
We do.
And that's what it's getting to with now the discovery of various young Black musicians playing the blues.
And the thing is, the connectivity now is different. We have an opportunity to network with each other. Kingfish, your career would not be where it was were it not for the internet. I think that is very clear. And it has nothing to do with your lack of playing. It's the time. Oh, it is. It's the time that we're in.
I don't know about that.
Him being able to have his shows seen from such a young age and across such a wide area. I don't know. What do you think, Kingfish?
I don't know about that.
Sound like he'd agreed, Lamont.
I'd say the internet is definitely what put me out there as far as like on a more broad scale to be seen by people. But although I definitely had like a small regional fan base before, so. But I wanna piggyback off that. I've been blessed to have a lot of success in the last couple of years. But then again, I don't see a lot of young Blacks that are being given other opportunities. So I feel like instead of the ways of just complaining about who's not giving me a opportunity, I feel like one of the ways that we should just goes back to Mr. Fernando saying about making your own. I actually want to make like a little agency, like a little label where I can help and what's the word, are put under the tutelage of, other young blacks, just so they can get those opportunities, because because there are many of those around. I feel like, that's one of the ways, if we could just get to, if we could just get each other and help. I feel like there's many people that can help in that way to get, target and brand marketing and so what and so what.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of education needed to be successful.
There's Just Blues, which is ran by a black man. And I don't hear many people, and when I say people, black folk that want to do their own space and things of that nature, mentioning Just Blues. And Just Blues is a black organization.
Well, let's be honest, there's parts of the conversation. I've had this run up the last 4 years that I've been running this organization, and there's conversations that happen about who does what, how they do it, and who they offend along the way. And some people, I've heard mixed things about some black organizations, including Just Blues, or certain artists who I won't say their names, but since Just Blues mentioned, I was saying, like, I've heard good and bad things about them. I'm limitedly, largely engaged. I don't have enough engagement with them to judge. I don't pass judgment. I don't know what's true and what's not. But when you are someone that's pushing against the status quo, it's going to push back.
Right.
And like, I have to ride a very careful line with where I'm at. I feel like, even this conversation was, I came up with this concept 5 years ago, and I had to wait for my moment to be able to put it together. This theme, our festival and everything, is Young Black and Blues. It's not just this conversation.
Right. So
next week you come to the park, all the artists are 35 and under and all of that. But that was very intentional, and it took understanding that I had to get to a certain point in the conversation to be able to even go that far with just a theme, and have people not have it just be a whole racial conversation. We can really talk about culture and get into the depth of it. Instead of people say, oh, he's a black separatist, or this, or people throw all sorts of stuff out there.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions to the panel predicated on that, and to you as well, based on that, because one, the guy who owns and runs Just Blues was part of the Blues Foundation, and he stepped away because of their semantics, right? So he did what Brother Fernando has been suggesting, and has been fairly successful. Now, here's my thing, because Jack Dapper Blues Heritage Preservation Foundation is a private foundation, nonprofit. So I spent time looking up some things, and I was also on the board and things of New Amsterdam Musical Association, which I told you guys about before, in Harlem. So there was things that I was able to look up, and I was privy to, and I found that majority of black organizations, and then there's the Colors Musicians Club in Buffalo, right? And the Colors Musicians Club is predicated off the second black musical union in the Americas. Black organizations do not get the same amount of funding as white ones. We can say what we want about black dysfunction in business spaces. However, there is equivalent, maybe even more, white dysfunction in their spaces. However, they still get funding, and we, to piggyback off what you said, not to call you out, but I thought this was a good time that we can collectively address this. We afraid to deal with each other because he done pissed off this white man over here who got the budget, but this white man done pissed off 100 other people, and they're still sharing the equity.
Right.
How does that work?
Yeah, we have to, I think we hold ourselves to a higher standard than we hold everybody else. And I think that part of us, I imagine, self-hatred is somewhere in us, maybe not you all on the panel. It's almost like a cancer, and you do certain things and you activate it, and part of the activation is, I'm not going to support this brother. For one, he started his own thing, and somebody said this about him. Like y'all said, how many people have the Blues Foundation pissed off? I don't think that it's the super psych, and I'm old enough and not afraid enough to speak about the super psych is you start a blues society, you pay me some money, and you come through me and I tell you who the best is. Now, if that ain't pimping.
Come on now. That's the right word.
So let the brother have, they say, get a drummer some. Let the brother Just Blues, have something,
I put a comment up on the screen. Hannah, who is lovely, and I met in Memphis last week, amazing piano player and singer, reminded us that there was just a shooting. But you mentioned Buffalo.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And Buffalo, New York, that community is mourning. So we just wanted to,
absolutely,
take a moment and acknowledge that this was a racially motivated mass shooting.
Yes, it was.
And that's important in the discussion that we're having. We're walking around. We're not just talking about folks and this stuff. In this off, like we were talking about nostalgia, right? This is not nostalgia. This is right now. Yeah. And so, thank you, Hannah, for that reminder.
Absolutely.
It's easy to get in our own world, but stuff's all going on. So I just wanted to bring that up. What you got, DK?
Thank you. Yes, sir, DK.
With speaking of the Just Blues Foundation, I don't know if you all are aware, which I'm pretty sure you are. Just a couple months ago, I got a call from Charles Mitchell, the president of Just Blues Foundation, and he told me the news of me getting the B.B. King Award for King of the Blues, and all that. And we actually had a talk. And he kind of just, I guess, rambled on in a way, just to get conversation going. He said, yeah, man, things have been tough. He said, I've been doing this for some time now. And in this business, you got to understand that everyone's not your friend. And he just left it at that. So with learning that from him, a Black American who has his own blues community, his own blues foundation, and then for me to be given that award from a Black-based foundation when it comes to blues music is an extreme honor. To be honest, I would much rather have that than have some politically based music group give me an award, because the behind agenda is, hey, we need another Black person. You see what I mean? In this case, it was actually, let's support young Black musicians. But not only because he's Black, because he's a young musician continuing his legacy.
Yeah.
He did that as a Black man for me.
Yeah.
So to have that award first is just, I'm still in awe, I'll put it that way. And I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't have it no other way. Because I've had friends who are not white, who are in the music business, ask me, oh, man, you got that award, but wouldn't it be better to have a Grammy or this? And I'm like, it depends on how you look at it. But I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change it. Because you don't understand what it means to me coming from a Black American standpoint.
Yeah.
So
it's hard, organizations. I'll tell you the story of our organization. It's a very public story. I tell it all the time. I inherited what is now a 37-year-old blues society. I'm the first African-American president. We've always had African-American involvement in members. I just happened to be the first African-American president. And I was handed empty bank accounts. There were large sponsorships for years with other organizations, giving us a lot of cash. And we had some really good lineups. Like I've got, posters. They had everything framed and nice. But what they didn't do was look towards the future of culture, right? And so I got an organization with empty bank accounts, and we're even struggling this year. We have our festival next weekend, and I have to have some conversations with some folks this week, and we have a board meeting tomorrow because the funds are not where they should be. So if you want to donate, got that ticker down there. We need lots of funds. But the reality is we also are operating out of a system that did not fully engage in the culture, and addressing that put me in the seat. I am enduring harm. I want to be clear about that. My family is being harmed by my absence and the time that it takes for me to do this. I work professionally. At this point, at this time of year, I turn down professional work. I should be doing NHL playoffs right now, but instead I'm doing this because it matters. And these are the sacrifices that people and organizations are making. So, everybody's going to pat me on the back next Saturday and say, "Oh, this is a great festival. Good job. Oh, John Tavius was wonderful," because he's on it, and J-Hop and all these wonderful folks. But the reality is we're underfunded. My blood pressure's high, and I'm not sleeping to get this done. And it should not be that way. I'm not the only festival runner doing that. Like, abuse in our industry in general is kind of a thing. But especially as a Black institution, a Black run institution for a Black art form, we even have questions like, for example, it's a Black art form when it comes to funding and grants. Because it was not Black led before me, the organization as a Black art form was not eligible for BIPOC funds. That sounds like a catch-22, right? If it's a Black art form that's being supported, why can't it get funding as a Black organization? Because the leadership isn't there. That seat is not held by.
I know that question was rhetorical, but I think we all know the answer. It's not. It wasn't a Black organization until you got there. Majority of these organizations that deal with. I always say this, and I have to say this now because I think, based on what you said, is very prevalent. Black music has been, and even more so now, the cotton of America. And when you have Black people actually doing the music, it is reflective to the other as the cotton gin industry. And that's how we're treated, and that's how it's treated. Now, I just want to go on record and say a few things. One, we are not downplaying or disrespecting or diminishing or tarnishing any organization ran by white people that do not engage in the practices we are specifically speaking about. We are not speaking about individuals or groups of people that are non-Black that do not engage in the behaviors and racially motivated statements that we are addressing. I just think it's very important to make that distinction clear, because in the conversation, to get your point across, to get my point across, we're saying things that some people can take as a blanket statement, and that's not what's happening here. We're addressing specific action.
We're talking about culture, not race, because that's one of the biggest ones that's gets misconstrued. We are talking about culture.
Right.
It's not a racial conversation. It's not a Black-white conversation.
Well, no, it is, because we have to understand
it is,
there is a Black culture, and we're talking about a culture predicated on Black people. Okay, I got to be very clear.
With Blackness is also, I will say, perspectives on Blackness, and this is really important, are not a monolith.
No, it's not.
Like, Lamont and I have trouble keeping things in time because he and I have never, I don't think we've ever had less than a 2, maybe 3 hour conversation. Like,
that is very true.
So,
you shouldn't have said that. You saw Melody's face. She's like, "These dudes ain't keeping me on here for another 2-3 hours."
No, we're not doing that. We do want to be, we thank y'all for hanging around. This was slated to be a 90-minute conversation, and we knew we had a lot to talk about. The reality is we're going to continue this work via Piedmont Blues Preservation Society. This conversation is an annual theme for us. We move each year through an educational theme, and we did that one as a kind of objective way to break the cycle that had been established by this organization, also to add to our institutional base. So the first year that I was in control of this organization, we celebrated Piedmont Blues because that's the region we're from. The next year we did Women of the Blues with a focus on Black women, and that was during the pandemic. We have a 3-hour show you can watch with Vanessa Ferguson performing a Nina Simone set, and then also performing a pop contemporary set through which she wrote her own blues song and is now the first Black woman or person, period, to have rapped on our festival stage. That had never happened at our blues festival. Then we did Carolina Soul and talked about, soul music and that transition from blues to soul and beach music, because in Carolinas we have this thing, beach music, which you rarely see Black people participating in my experience, but it's Black dance and it's Black music. So we talked about why, and we got to see the Charlie's Place documentary, and a lot of this content is up on our YouTube page, so you can see this stuff and watch it and see the work we've been doing. But we wanted to be really intentional about it. So this year it's Young Black and Blues, because these men wrote a letter and opened our eyes to a conversation that could be had. But we intend to continue the conversation.
Hey, last thing for the panel, to just tell everybody where they can find you, your social media handles, YouTube and everything.
Ladies first.
Well, my name is Melody Angel, and that's how you can find me. It's MelodyAngelMusic.com, Melody Angel Music, Instagram, Melody Angel on Facebook, Melody Angel TV on YouTube. Yeah.
You made it consistent and easy for them, didn't you?
Yeah.
And trust me, there's only one. She's amazing. I found you first through some video releases you had a few years ago for a new record, I think. And I was like, whoa. I had done a Sister Rosetta Tharpe tribute and been looking for Black female guitar players. And I told them, I was like, I'm going to put Black women on stage if we're celebrating a Black woman. And awesome. Yeah, and they were like unicorns. It was hard to find Black female lead guitar players.
Well, they're hard to find because they have to struggle so hard to get their name out there.
Oh yeah, we got there. Yeah.
But you got it. If you work hard enough, you can do it.
Yeah, you have to be looking for it to find it. Sometimes. Same thing with our younger players. Yeah, that's awesome. Melody Angel everywhere. Who's next?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can find me on YouTube as Young Rail 14. Facebook, Harold Davenport. Instagram, Young Rail Blues. And yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. This young man reached out to me online, I think after he saw something probably connected to either one of the artists that I talked to or the Young Black and Blues theme. I don't know what it was, but
I think it was one of the artists, and I can't think of his name though. He's on the festival theme though.
Okay. Yeah, so it might have been a Stephen Hull or a J-Hop or somebody, but I just want to commend you for being who you are and keep doing what you do. I was kind of different when I was younger. Everybody wanted me to play basketball because I'm tall, but I wanted to skateboard and hacky sack and sing madrigals and opera. And I did all of that, and had a blast. And it led me on this path to being a sound engineer and do what I'm doing now, even running this organization. So you just keep following your own path and walk to the beat of your own drum, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Of course, DK Harold. You can find me on Facebook as DK Harold, or by my government name, DeKaren R. Harold. Instagram is DK Blues _. I don't do Twitter. I don't. Twitter has become very nasty. But that's where you can find me. I do have music out on Apple iTunes. Again, DK Harold, Spotify, Pandora, Amazon Music. DK Harold. Kept it real simple. Thank you all for the opportunity. Mr. Lamont, and of course my great friend Atiba, who took us out for Vietnamese food. And I've been different for the past.
We had a blast in Memphis. Like we met online ahead of time. When we got there, we just really, I got some new brothers.
Yes.
And DK and Miguel and Joe Pass.
And I have to give credit to Miss Melody. Which this is my first time, I'll be honest, this is my first time ever speaking with Miss Melody, but I've always seen her material, heard her material. And when I first saw her, I said, not only is she beautiful, but that girl can play. So I give you all your flowers while you're here. And if I could give you the stars and the moon, I would, because you deserve it. You play your butt off. And Harold Davenport.
Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Harold Davenport. young man, I got to say, for somebody to be your age, that is the doorbell. Young man to be your age, and you're already
Hey, Misty Blues, how you doing, Gina?
thousands of views on Facebook is superb. That means people are listening, people are watching, and I know they tried to take you down, on Facebook for saying how you felt, but
I'm not worried about it because he who laughs first cries last.
All right.
Oh,
this young man has been given a foundation,
yes.
and it's a foundation in blackness. Let's be very clear. So as you see him, just know that he is coming from a place, and we got to protect him as he goes through this place. I have 4 children, so when I talk to you, Harold, I hope you feel the fatherness a little bit, but I also want you to just feel the friendness and the protectiveness that has nothing to do with you being a child, and everything to do with you being of our culture. And that is what I'm protecting as I protect you as well. You as an individual, but also you as a person. So.
DK said something that was extremely traditional, cultural, and black. You made a distinction between DK and your government name. I really wanted to say I appreciated that when you said that. My government name is Mr. Melody. I do want to say something. I didn't want to say it earlier because I didn't want to interrupt you. This was earlier in the presentation in the panel when I think you were the first one to mention that there's blues and everything, right? My daughter's a musician, and I mean everybody in here is a musician, but she's like taking it to the next level. So she's familiar with you, and she digs the afro because sometimes she wears one. But I was trying to get her to play blues, and she says to me, "Daddy, doesn't everything come from blues?" I was like, "Yeah." She says, "So playing punk rock, and I'm not playing my version of the blues?" And I was just like, damn, there was nothing I can say because when you teach them well, what do they say? Train them how do you want them to go and they'll never depart. She understands. And besides her parents, you are one of the people that help her with this understanding because she knows who you are. She's 13 years old.
That's great. I meet a lot of young women, young Black girls, and it's very important to me that they not feel like this is impossible. So yes, I do struggled my whole career, and I started when I was 12. And so I know how difficult it is, and I intend to fight to make sure that the next little young Black girl doesn't have to go through what I went through. And I will do anything and everything to make that a reality for a generation I may never meet. And that's the mentality that we all have to have, even our young man on here. Like everything that you do is going to make the kid after you that's 12, you're 15, 16. There's a kid that's 10. Whatever work you do is going to make it easier for him or her. And that's the mentality that when things, because this is a hard business. And so that's what I keep in my head when they keep telling me no and no, 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 and you're not good enough and you're not this and you're not that. Every mountain we climb is a mountain that they don't have to climb. And that's the mentality. We got to keep it forever, and you will accomplish what you were meant to accomplish.
That is true. Awesome. I agree with that statement. There's actually a young man that found me on Instagram. I keep the story very true. He was messaging me off his mother's Instagram. Oh. And it scared me. So I was like, who is this 50-year-old woman trying to talk to me? But he then made his own Instagram. He was like, hey, I think his name is Colin Allen. And he lives in Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken. And he's 10 years old. And he has this cheap, pawn shop guitar, and he plays and he sends me videos, and I encourage him every day because we need more. It's plain and simple. Again, I go back to my statement previously. We have to be a force of nature. And the more that Miss Melody reaches out to not only young women, young Black women, young Black men, as we just reach out to our whole heritage and culture of people, I mean, it's like, again, they're going to have no choice but to deal with us. We have to be like the mob. We have to say, oh, yeah, we got people here. And if you go here, we got people there. And then this thing, we just have this band of people. They say, oh, guess what, Joe? What's that? Well, this blues festival is 15 acts are Black. And we got about 3 whites. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is it's about damn time. That's what I'm saying. Because it's well-deserved and it's needed. It doesn't make sense that in this industry, in this business, music business period, you have artists out there who were homeless. I don't know if you guys know this guy. There was a guy named Charles Bradley, and he was known as for being like a James Brown tribute artist. But he had his own unique voice, his own unique sound. He didn't get a record deal until he was like 65.
Yeah, I love Charles Bradley. He was on Dap Tones with Sharon King.
Yeah. I know him actually. I know him personally because Dap Tones is in Williamsburg, Brooklyn.
5-6 years into his career, he passed away, and I was like, damn, now just imagine if they had given him a chance 10 years prior, or 15 years prior, 20 years prior. It doesn't matter if James Brown was alive at the time. What matters is that guy had his own stories to tell. He was homeless for years.
Yep.
Years.
And he always honed his craft and practiced and did it all through everything. That was the thing.
But, and that's why, to piggyback off your statement, Brother DK, that's why I wanted to make that not disclaimer, but differentiate what we're talking about. Because Daptone Records Daptone Records back in several years ago was they took care of their people. They had some great Black and white folk there.
They've had horrible luck as a label as well.
And Sharon Jones, who helped them build that space. They also got, I believe the brother's name is Lee Daniels, and a buddy of mine I went to high school with, and a few other people. They got their first. Well, I don't want to say their first, but they made a big chunk of change when Jay-Z sampled them.
They also had a really great ska band called the Frighteners. Amazing record. They only made one because their artist got ill and passed too. They've had horrible luck as a label with like artists falling ill, specifically.
Most of their artists are elderly. So folks, I'm looking at the agenda in my notes to make sure. Is there anything that Atiba or I did not ask or bring up that you guys want to share?
I just do want to mention a distinction between. I will say that I'm going to just publicly request here to all of the men, the Black men in the music industry, whether you're a musician or you work behind the scenes, to remember that Black women are out here and that we are not hateful towards you. We have no hate for you. We have no resentment for you. We love you. We encourage you daily, online, and, in the form of showing up to your shows and things of that nature. And there are a ton of super talented Black women that have to dig and claw just to open up for you. So you need to keep that in mind when you're putting your tours together and your festivals. And if you have any power in those kinds of conversations, that you think of a Black woman and then think of 3 more. And if you don't know 2 or 3 more, then call me and I will give you their names and numbers. Because whatever you're going through as a Black man, you are still a man, and that comes with privileges that I don't receive and that other women don't receive. And I know it's uncomfortable because you're struggling too, but we have to make room for each other. I know you're struggling, but I'm going through a separate struggle. Just to like, even having DK say what he said about my guitar playing, I never hear that from men usually. It's very from other male musicians, I will say. It's not something that occurs.
Does that feel like a competitive thing?
I don't know. I see them give each other several compliments, so I don't really think it's a competitive thing. Okay. But I think it's something that we just need to keep in mind, to give each other positivity whenever we see each other, because as we've all stated, being Black is very difficult. And as a Black man, you're going to go through things that I don't go through. And I'm just saying, we need to remember that there are things that I'm going to go through that you don't go through. And we need to make sure that we have safe spaces for each other and that we remember each other when we have the opportunity to give slots to people or to mention someone's name. Remember that Black women are out here.
Somebody just mentioned Jackie Vincent's name.
She's amazing.
She's amazing.
This is what I'm saying.
And during the pandemic, they put her on Austin City Limits, and my wife thought I was crazy. So I was like, she's going to be on Austin City Limits. You don't understand.
Go down the list right now. Valerie Turner.
So many.
Melody Music.
Oh my gosh.
Valerie Turner, Veronica Jackson, Deidre Farr, Deidre Hurdle Ruff. I'm sorry. I just want to continue throwing out some names. Go ahead, sister.
I mean, but that's all I'm saying. That the struggle that they go through, because what they're up against, what we're up against, like I originally told you, and what I forget the lady's name that was on the panel earlier, she told me, if it's between me and two other white women, the white women are going to get the gig. And so that is literally what we're facing every time we get booked. It's because a white woman couldn't make it. And you have to accept that. You have to acknowledge that's very difficult to deal with and still make money and to keep this whole thing going. Because at some point you have to make money to even continue, right? Yeah. And so I'm just saying, as a collective of Black people, whether you're a man or a woman, we need to make sure that we're pushing for each other as much as we're pushing for ourselves.
May I ask you a question, Sister Melody?
Sure.
My other sister, who always shouts you out, and I don't even know if she realized at the time that I knew you, Anika. Right?
Oh yeah, that's my girl.
Yeah, she's the real deal too. She told me something when I first met her and interviewed her, and I'm going to repeat what she said, and I'm going to put it to you slightly different. She said to me, one of the biggest things Black women specifically face in the context of what you're talking about is they respond to full-figured Black vocalists as they just roll out of bed singing like this, but they champion and cheer Adele-type white women who, as if, oh, you work so hard, as if the Black woman doesn't work on her voice. Now you sing and play, right? And there's this stigma of not being able to handle an aggressive Black woman. Do you feel it? Not even feel it. Do you face either one of those two?
Well, I mean, first I'll just say yes. Second, I will say that it is so well known that a Black woman, like literally record industry people will tell you, oh, it's easy for Black women to sing. It's easy for Black women to dance. It's easy for them to do that. That comes naturally to them. This is a gift given by God, yes. However, I have to work my ass off to deliver the shows that you see and to to say that because this white girl listened to a song and is singing and listened to it over and over again so she could sing every single note that I sing, you're still basing it off of white supremacy. You're still saying it's because she's white, it makes it better. It makes it easier to digest, and that is all that is being said. There's nothing else to that, because
Enter Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, all that type of stuff, right?
Exactly. Every one of us, we work very hard to do what we do. We give every ounce of ourselves. If you've ever seen Anika Chambers perform, and you telling me that what she's doing is effortless, that you've got a problem up here.
Yeah.
Because she's giving all of her effort.
The professionalism and the talent is what makes it appear effortless.
Exactly.
Perhaps.
The dedication to our performances is why you think it's easy, okay?
The work.
And on top of that, as far as being an aggressive Black woman, all that really means is that I'm an educated Black woman who knows exactly who I am, what I'm capable of, and I have standards that I will not let you denigrate. And so, because I was raised, I know that I have never disrespected anybody. I know that I am professional and show up on time and do what I'm supposed to do. So I am not going to diminish myself to book a gig. And that's really what this is about. They want you to diminish your Blackness. They want you to acknowledge that being Black makes you less than. And they want you to say, can you please just give me a gig? Oh my God. And then when you get a gig, they want you to go through the roof like, oh my God, you've just changed my life. No, you've hired me and I'm going to blow these people away and they're going to line up to talk to me after this show. I am not denigrating myself or my Blackness so that you can feel like you just did your good deed for the month by hiring this Black person. It's not okay. It's not okay to say that this white girl who, and I have white friends, and I tell them all the time, yes, you did a great job. You can sing, but you're going to have a completely different life than I'm going to have doing the same exact thing. And it also goes back to economics, because that's what this is really all about.
Indeed.
When you say that Black people may be, okay, well, why don't y'all support these organizations? Black people ain't got money to give to organizations. Let's just be real about it. Because I can have the same job as a white person right now today and get paid half of what they get paid. And so you're living in an economic environment and saying to Black people, oh, you need to support your own organizations. They don't have $25 to give you.
Can I jump on your bandwagon real quick? Can I jump on your bandwagon real quick?
Go ahead.
Not just Black and white, right? But then you have to subtract, not add, subtract the amount. So then we can put the woman in there, because
I'm below the Black man as far as economics is concerned, but statistically I'm the one in the house majority of the time taking care of the kids and doing everything like that. It's so deep. And to try to sum it up, people are always looking for some easy thing. Well, Black people need to support their own stuff and Black people need to do their own show. Yes.
Black people need time off to do any of that, and then money to spend when they have the time off.
We need to have access.
I'm working 90 hours a week right now.
We need to have access to the same resources that every other race is able to receive. And that does mean equal pay. That does mean that when you go to a bank to get a loan, that they don't look at you like you crazy because your skin is so beautiful and brown.
Okay.
It's all connected, because let me tell you, if I had the money I would put every one of these people on and just have Black people coming out every other month that were incredible. And I have the educational background to throw a festival, to throw 30 festivals. I have the educational background to run a record label, to run a radio station. Let's go, let's do it. But we have to be funded. So we have to have the same level of access when we go to the bank or when we go for a grant. Everything matters. All of this is connected. And it's not just one easy, simple thing of, oh, just go do it yourself. When we are not getting equal access to resources, because that is the key. If I inherited money, which Black people don't do, we don't inherit anything. We don't inherit land. We don't inherit money when our people die. We got to do GoFundMes to put our people in the ground to have funerals.
No, that's the blue.
That is economics. That is holding our entire community back. And that is why we can't hold on to our culture. That is why it's being taken from us and people are using it and making money off of it because they already had money. They had the money.
It takes money to make money.
Exactly.
And you know what else?
So I don't want to hear all of these people telling me that, oh, we need to just, well, just do it yourself. Fund it. There's no reason why Atiba should have money problems. And if Black people had it,
for a 37-year-old nonprofit institution,
we would give it, but we don't have it. So we have to. We're working from the back. If a Black person gives you $25, they are really down for you because they needed that money.
Yeah.
Because we're not all Jay-Z.
Well, you know what? I just want to take a moment to thank every Black person that's given me $10 to $25. And I'm not even being funny right now.
Yeah.
Because what you said is the absolute truth. That's number one. Number two, you mentioned grants. I want to stick there for a minute because there's something that we have to address based on that language. Why Black people don't usually get grants because we're not speaking their language. We're not writing it in their language. 9 times out of 10, you got to pay an astronomical amount of money to another white person to write in that language so that they can receive it. Because I've been told, you have to make somebody like me understand your vision. And I'm saying to myself, the vision
I'm pretty
is
sure
clear.
it's written in English.
Blues Festival, Blues Radio, whatever it is, blues performance. I don't know, a blues mug in a backpack, whatever. That's
I would like to say about that.
The reality is though, they can just take your name, Google you, and see that you're a Black man if they can't tell from your name, and they decide in that second and that's just the reality. If they have some kind of quota they have to meet, then you got a 9 out of 10 chance. You might get that. It depending on how many other Black people put in.
We're having some
They're
very
going to give at
open
least 2 or
conversations
3
here in
out.
North Carolina around this topic
It has
about the
to.
grants and the institutions. And I would like to say, like, for example, we were given we're sponsored by the North Carolina Arts Council this year for the first time in this way, and by our local Arts Greensboro, right? And they changed their grant process and took their grassroots grants and gave them to the individual regional arts councils to administrate. If that had not happened, we would never be able to get the grant that we got that helps us stay open for the first 6 months of this year, right? Pay leases, pay our admin staff, all that type of stuff. So, and the very intentionally is happening through change in the system. So some of these changes are happening, but is it happening fast enough? No, because we're totally having a meeting in the morning. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? But I want to say, like, right? Rome wasn't built in a day, and some of this stuff has been so set that it does take time to change. Now, I understand some people also don't have the patience for it. A lot of our members of our community don't have the time. Our babies need their asthma medicine. Our babies need their food. Our babies need security when they walk down the street and not have to feel unsafe. And we need access to our art and to see ourselves represented. And like, we don't have time for that. Telling it's 10 years, that means my 2-year-old is now going to be 12 before she can see herself somewhere properly, right? So I get that, and it's hard. The passion rises up, and I have to watch myself and say, hey, you know, you're really straddling a fence here, you know, between supporting a system and creating change from within it. But we all have different types of seats. And I say publicly something that I say often. I have different people that I network with on both sides of the fence in all different types of communities. And I say about our culture, you know, we need Malcolms and Martins, and I tend to be more towards a Malcolm than a Martin in a public perception. But I often say, and loudly, we also need Nat Turners. I am probably not a Nat Turner, but it's a real thing. And our community always has this depth, you know, and Blackness isn't a monolith, and the systems don't all work the same. So even when it comes to grants, you know, there's different ways and reasons that people don't get them. I'm understanding the system more now, but it's taken me, you know, 3 or 4 years of really intentional work to be able to get to the point that I understand how nonprofits work versus, I'm a business guy, you know, it's coming from the corporate world and the business management world. It took me time to like adjust and get used to how the system works. And not everybody, like I said, has that time. So the system is working to try and close the gap in some ways and in some places. In our place, I think it's probably working a lot faster than other places in other states in some ways. There are other states that are ahead of us. I think New Hampshire has a really kind of trend-setting, well, not necessarily trend-setting, but kind of revolutionary kind of thing that they're doing with their art stuff. But it takes a while for all these shifts to happen when the systems are so big and the work is so intentional. You know, it has to be so intentional for the change to come through. So I just wanted to put that into conversation.
No, you're absolutely right. I just want to chime in and add to your statement, right? Yeah. In regards to the term art, because it is our culture. And I'm just really a little disappointed we lost Demeanor, because he made a statement that is very factual and fits right now. There is a difference between the representation of art and then the business of commercial music, right? And when it comes to the art, I agree. Some changes are being made. A lot of people now, in the last 3 years, from my experience, are looking to, and that's why I really wanted to meet this lady, decolonize this space, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah, we were hoping to be joined tonight. We referred to as by Decolonizing the Music Room, a program we still want to shout out that's doing great.
Right, and I want to shout out my sister Brandy. But for people like DK, for people like Melody, and the other panelists, you know, Quan and Marquise and Kingfish, they're not like me, a traditional arts musician who does art shit. Their main function in terms of their economy, their finances, is a professional musician. And there's a really big difference in this space when it comes to equity. Equity, not just equity of understanding this is my culture, understanding this is my tradition, and letting me call the shots of this culture and tradition, but the equity of circulating monies.
Yeah.
And when I say circulating monies, you all, I'm sure, heard of the study that said the annual median income of blacks will be 0 by 2050. And by maybe 2012, money in the black community only circulated once. We are the group with the least amount of circulations of money in our community, because it's always going outward. Our music reflects that.
To be fair, our music reflects that because of our experience, because when we did build those things, they literally burnt them down. Like I live in North Carolina, where we have,
there's many reasons
burning. There's many reasons, but the threat of violence is a good one not to own your own. When they burn cities and do things.
I'm sorry. I don't want to make it sound like I'm disagreeing with that statement, because they did burn a lot down. And this is why one of the reasons why you and I speak for several hours, and one of the reasons why I was very happy Sister Melody made it clear that she's educated to do these things, because one of the things are a lot of our folk passion isn't matched with they're being able to call to mind specific instances in history that happened. That's why it's very important to put our story in the proper context, because there's been more revolts than passive blacks. Black Americans are not passive, nor have ever been. Right? There's not just the Nat Turner. Throughout the 1800s, there was over 127 wars in America for black freedom.
Yep.
Right? Boley, Oklahoma. Not Tulsa. We always hear about Tulsa. Boley, Oklahoma was not destroyed. Boley, Oklahoma was a reverse sundown town. If you were white, you could not be there after dark. The banks, the businesses, the farm, everything was ran by black. Right? We have to understand, we have to call to mind some of these things to remember, and not always, and I'm not saying you're doing this, Brother Atiba. I'm just utilizing this as an example, because I know where you're coming from.
You know how we do. We're building the story. We're not arguing with each other ever, really. Like, we just have so much that we both want to share and impart on the conversation.
Right. But so many of our folk utilize the moments of disaster predicated by the other as a reason why we don't have stuff. But when we look at it right now, even though that system is still in existence, and we can say that that system caused how we treat each other, but at some point we got to be like, well, wait a minute, that system is not making us treat each other like this 100% of the time. We are doing this to each other, right?
Yes, but that,
do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand what you're saying, but it's still the same. It's still in that same context of that is still true, but also this is true.
Absolutely.
Okay? There's two things that are true. However, our situation is based on how we're getting educated now. Yes, things have changed or whatever, but you have kids in school, black kids are in school right now being educated to do what? If we want to change the future of black people and change our economic status, then that means that we need to educate our young black children to be owners of businesses, not to work for someone.
Absolutely.
We need to be educating them to own their own thing. How do you run a business? That needs to be in our schools.
Or start one.
How do you count your money? Accounting. You know,
so
how
I have a question. How does the Blues
grants?
How does the Blues Institution contribute to that?
How to write grants can start in our high schools, because in private schools where the white kids are, or even upper echelon high schools where it's predominantly white, they know how to do everything. By the time they get to college, they're just deciding in what form they want to use their education, but they already know how to do so many more things. We can't continue this conversation about economics and changing it if we're building up to something that the next generation literally can't do. We have to be pushing the education, and the people that are in school right now, we need to be reaching out to them and saying, hey, make sure you're majoring in this, because this can get you there. We're not even majoring in the right things.
So
our kids need to be coding. Our kids need to be building apps, because that is where the future is. And that's how they can go and buy land and buy houses and other businesses and support other black businesses with money from black businesses.
I agree. We're almost saying
but we can't have the conversation and just say, well, we don't have these things stopping us now. Yes, we do, because our schools
no, that's
are
not
funded.
What I said.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying that's where the conversation goes.
Okay.
Yes, we do still have the same issues with prison and with gangs because the resources are coming out of our neighborhoods. I live in Chicago.
Yep.
We have no resources. I will take the world out on a field trip of the south side of Chicago or the west side of Chicago. And you tell me if you would want your white children going to the schools I point out.
Well,
Judith has asked a question. If you guys see it on the screen, she's asked a very relevant question.
To suffer through these neighborhoods that don't have any businesses, that don't have any good grocery stores, all of the resources have been taken out of these communities. And then I hear people talking about, oh, the gang violence, oh, the prison system, oh, this, that, and the third. When you take out resources and leave people with nothing, you tell me what you're going to get.
Well,
nothing.
Well, no, you're going to get a lot of violence because I grew up.
That's what it is, because violence just leads to nothing. It leads to death or prison. So that's nothing. So first, I think I don't disagree with you. Of course not.
Okay. To Judith's question, the first thing that comes to my mind is Howlin' Wolf and Ray Charles, right? Because Howlin' Wolf ran his band like a business. He collected unemployment. When they didn't have gigs, he was able to give them a little bit of change. He ran his band like a business. So to Sister Melody's point, teaching business skills through the blues is very prevalent. Also, Ray Charles was, if not the first, one of the first to own his rights in publishing in his music. We can also go to John Dolphin, which most people don't talk about, and he's the reason why I know about Boley, Oklahoma, because John Dolphin was the first, or at least the most prominent black man to establish a record store in South Central LA, I believe, and it ran 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He put a radio station in the front and he cut records in the back, and he's the one who broke the color barrier of black music on pop radio. So to Sister Melody's point, who I'm in full agreement with, who's just walking in my room? Oh, sorry, y'all. As you teach the music, you want to also use examples of people within the music who's done substantial things, business-wise, financially, etc. Right?
Yeah.
And this is what equity is about. Right. This is and it's not just equality, it's equity. It's not just equity, it is full ownership. I just want to respond to my sister about something because it's just really saddening. I don't know if you saw my post yesterday, but I said if I had 0.01% of a penny every time I heard a black person of 65 or older say, this was a great neighborhood when I bought my house. Right? My peoples were blue collar people, but we was in the trenches. I say that to say my biggest question to those who found alternative ways to make money, would you put I'm sure a lot of you do, though I can't say this, I'm not going to say that because we're streaming live.
What you saying?
But help the community. Put businesses back in the community. Because those are some of the only people who can do it, because a lot of people don't get money. Our elite black folk who are at the front line of a lot of protests and protest organizations, and I'm not just talking about that sister who's going through the issue and just had the issue. I'm just mean all of these 1%, 2%, 10% blacks. don't encourage poor blacks, low to no income blacks, and low middle class blacks to yell defund the police when y'all don't live there and have to deal with the community when there's no structure from the community or the organizations from the police force that actually help. You should put your money not just in the community, because you can put money into community, make something, and then it get destroyed. But put your money into the edifying of the people to be able to run the businesses that you put into the community. Right? And I will say that there are a lot of organizations, more than is usually spoken about throughout. I know New York specifically, because that's where my base was until I moved, that they have organizations that will, even in housing, the projects, because I lived in housing, they help you establish businesses. They help you get off your feet and get decent jobs, build your credit, because you need credit to get a loan. You need credit to get another credit card, so then you could possibly get a business
you have to have credit to build
right,
credit.
Right. So I did have a question for my sister, but what ended up happening was I got on the soapbox. I hope you all forgive me.
No. So here's the thing. I think that I think this conversation has been wildly successful. The feedback that we've gotten, this has been a long call, and I think we need to let people go and let ourselves go. And I want to continue this conversation. I think that we can have more conversations.
Can I make a proposal?
Yes.
DK, if you want to be involved, please let me know. But I specifically need my sister there. I'm going to do it. If you want to do it in partnership, the African American Folklorist is putting together a panel on critical race theory and the blues.
I'll be more than happy to.
Around what time do you expect this program to be produced? In the next month or like 6 months?
Not in the next month. It'll be either between June and September.
Okay.
It's very doable. I just wanted to add just one thing to what you were stating, and also what Ms. Melody was saying. I come from a middle-class Black family, but I tell people when you're middle-class Black family in the South, you're poor. Middle class is the new poor, because I see commercials all the time that say, oh, if you're making $80,000 a year, you're doing fine. I'm not even touching that. I'm making $20,000 a year at some job I don't want to be at. I'm working for somebody else because to them I'm a number. But I'm saying that to say this. When you come from a middle class Black family, Marquise Knox is correct. Single mothers have no more than $250 in their accounts. I should know. I came from a family where my mother was both my father as well. I had to see her sacrifice. Hey, the water's just gonna have to be cut off. Hey, we're gonna have to stay out of a hotel room tonight because I'm a diabetic and I got to keep my insulin going. They've turned our lights off and I just don't have the money. And the crazy part about it, she was working as a phlebotomist for a health organization. And you would think being in
working in healthcare, but can't have access for herself.
Exactly. So, again, saying that to say this. I've had people come into my life, my peers go, oh man, you live in Gravy. I got this nice home and da-da-da. My grandfather was an educator in a rural town. Black people looked up to him because he actually took the time out of his days to actually go to poor Black families, get their children in school. And I won't lie, he's probably sent maybe 3,000 to 4,000 children and on his time on earth as an educator to college, Grambling State University, HBCU.
Yes, indeed.
There you go.
And I praise him for that. Yes, he provided, stuff for us. He was able to have a home built in the country since 1969 that is still up, and he was able to provide his mother's home in our hometown of Ruston. Now, here's the thing, Ms. Miller, you stated, Black people don't have, that generational wealth that whites do. Guess what? Yes, we inherited a home, but I can bet you bottom dollar that we still paying this son of a bitch off. We still owe somebody some money.
Had to refi at some point or whatever, and this and that.
Exactly. We still owe somebody some money. So yes, you can inherit that and all that, but it comes with a check at the end. It comes with that bill.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't want to look at that bill. We don't want to face it. And then to go into Ms. Black's question, how can we educate young people with better life skills through blues? Someone made a comment, I can't remember the person, but they made a comment that they could have local blues societies start these educational programs. Now, yes, that would be beneficial, but we also have to look at the side that not every area in the United States has a blues society.
Yeah, they don't all have blues societies, and the blues societies have lost access to a lot of educational programming the way it worked before.
So I feel
we're developing a new model through our Blues Equity Institute. Like, this is part of the new model,
yes,
using the internet,
right
and
now,
conversations to, have bigger conversations.
And to Atiba's point about it not just being about the music, a lot of blues in the school is just artists coming and playing for the kids
without an educational or a consistent story.
And don't get me wrong, all of you that's been on this panel, I've watched you, some of you in real time in person and some on video. I don't mind sitting in one of your concerts. So that's not what I'm saying. But if it's
not education, that's entertainment.
That's my point. Okay, I'll shut up. Sorry.
No, you're good. That's why we start on the west coast of Africa. When we go into a school, the teacher's eyes always get big.
Mm-hmm.
When they hear me use the word redlining, when I talk about the difference between the definition and equity and equality. I can't talk about Chicago blues without talking about redlining and the Great Migration. It literally would not exist.
Well,
so I'm being authentic in my storytelling here. That's you can't break that.
No.
That's the story of Chicago blues is the story of redlining and the Great Migration from the South.
Don't forget to mention the assimilated Negroes that helped marginalize those Black migrants.
There's a lot.
Please understand, and I think I just want y'all to know I ask questions for critical analysis. The only side I'm on,
yes,
is Black liberation.
Yes,
I understand.
And making sure. Well, we don't have to get on to that, but go ahead.
Well, one thing I want to do before we get too much farther, it is getting very late. Like I was saying, I want to continue this conversation, but we have to let some people go. I know my kids have school in the morning. It's a Sunday night.
We homeschool because of everything Melody said.
Yeah, I understand, and I'm glad that that's an option for you.
We made it an option. That it's not easy.
It's not easy, and I have friends make the same choice through the pandemic. A lot of us looked at that. We kept our kids home for 2 years. And
this was before the pandemic.
It was time for them to go back for us, but
this was before the pandemic. When I found out that New York public schools were 2 to 4 years, each grade was 2 to 4 years behind the national average. So if you're in 4th grade in New York, you're really in 2nd or 1st.
Yeah, I get it.
So we pulled them out.
Our children have had issues with equity here in North Carolina, where I live,
right?
With, getting education and having.
It's a universal educational status of being Black.
Absolutely.
I mean, we can't I wish it wasn't so. Like, saying those words doesn't give me any good
feeling.
Joy.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And that's the thing. It's like people a lot of times, especially on social media, you have to say these facts and people be like, oh, you always got to you think I want to bring up my Blackness every time I'm talking about something? It's not. I wish that I could just live my life as a woman in this world without it constantly being plastered in my face, but it is. We can't pretend it away. You can pretend it away because you're not Black, but Black people can't pretend it away.
And that's the issue. We wish we could just live our lives. We wish we could just do this panel about the blues and just be speaking about how much we love the blues and how it's changed our lives and this, that, and the third. I wish that that's all I had on me. But on my shoulders is so much more negativity that I have to carry to get through life. And that should
and we're expected not to speak about it. We're expected to just like I said earlier, kind of that shut up and play.
Take it and take it and take it. And anytime we say we don't want to, then all of a sudden, oh, there's the angry black woman.
Yeah, but
get out.
You mentioned it early. You mentioned it earlier, and I didn't jump on it. I wish we did, because you just said something that really, really needs to be discussed, because blues is a black expression, a black person's expression, not black as in, black person expression, right? But then everything that you just shared, right? Then there's the people who come to blues workshops, blues dance workshops. Why do you have, no, better yet, I'll give you the phrase and then I'll let you go on, but all of you. No black, was it no black, no white, just
no blues.
blues?
One of the comments that was recently posted with Rick Leonard, he talks about this often. The no black, no blues, no black, no blues. So it's a double entendre for those that are not familiar, where you use the word no as in education, K-N-O-W, and also N-O as no. As in no, if there is no blackness, there is no blues.
Could you talk to that, sister, based on what you just said? Because I'm sure and DKU too, along with being tired of having to have this conversation, just as a woman, how does it feel as a blues artist, a black musician, but not just being able to be a black musician because you just happen to be black and a good musician, but have to make these distinctions because of everything else?
I mean, I think that the thing that I have to work on, I can only speak for myself, thing that I have to always keep in mind is I have to separate it from music, because you see, I love music. I love it. It is the best thing the world ever gave me. And so I can't allow the racial negativity that I face on a daily basis to touch my music. If this is my music, I can't let anything touch this, because then it takes away the reason I get up in the morning. And so that is the continuous fight that precedes racism in America for Black people. We have to hold what we love most dear. We have to hold it close and not let it be affected by all of the racial negativity that comes our way on a daily basis. And it's very hard. And when I write songs and I'm pouring out my heart and I'm saying, and I'm screaming or yelling or singing softly, I'm letting out my pain and I'm letting out my joy. So you know that I have joy, I have pain, I have sorrow, I have romantic feelings, I have every emotion you have. And that is what I'm doing with my music. And to have to protect it so often is outrageous when there are people that get to just creatively make music without a heavy heart, without having all of this other stuff added to it that we have to block out because we just want to make music. I can't just make music. Mm-hmm. And that is only because I'm Black. And anybody who tries to say that it's not doesn't want to face the facts. I did not make this so. I would never have made this so. We should be able to live our lives and be our unique selves without also having to defend our Blackness to the world in every aspect of our lives. I should just be able to be an artist, but I'm not. I'm not seen as that. I have to make so many people comfortable with me. I have braids right now, but I usually have an afro. 90% of the time I have an afro. I have been called everything you can possibly imagine that I have been called, and things you can't possibly imagine to my face while I'm walking down the street. When I'm at a festival, somebody behind me might say something or whatever. I can't react. I can't do anything. I have to just keep on moving, because if I stop, if I let them steal my joy, then they have won. And we have to hold on to that at every instance of our lives. And it's not fair. It's not fair. And I'm not going to pretend that I'm okay with it and that it doesn't affect me, but it affects me. It affects me to my very core to see older Black women that have been in this industry since before I was born. And they're out here taking gigs for $50, for $100, for $150. They are worth a million of these little girls that they're giving record deals to these days. That harms me. That makes me sick.
Yeah.
And it should make everyone who says they love the blues sick.
It doesn't sound like, you know, there's a big difference from the blues of the turn of the century to now. And I'm not saying that in any kind of way. I truly believe that.
Not financially.
Well, we intentionally are building what we call, a lot of this work is happening with the development of the Blues Equity Institute at the Blues Preservation Society here, and all that is intentionally building a 21st century blues society. Like, we have our capital campaign, we launched softly last year. It's called Building Blues Futures, kind of the exact opposite of keeping the blues alive.
I would also say you guys should contact Junius Lee
we're 20
Brickhouse.
years too late. We're 20 years late starting. That's a perspective that this program holds also. In building a 21st century blues society, we didn't start till we were 20 years into the 21st century. So, you know, we want to take from the past what we can, like, and I think it's important to acknowledge, I know there's the 1890s stuff, but like really the blues is a 20th century art form that had its inception, development, growth through that century. Primarily, we all know there's outliers, but primarily most of that work is done inside of this 100-year span of time, right? So what we're looking at now is, if we go back and it's already passed and we're 20 years beyond it. So now is a perfect time to look back and say, what did we learn? And that's what our nonprofit is pushing the Blues Institution to do. That's why I'm staying awake for 46 hours straight to drive into Memphis, Tennessee, and miss time with my family and miss out on money, because that's what it takes for us to have this program and for the Blues Foundation to be here with us, which we're very grateful for helping them expand the platform and get it out there. You know, I think Judith is actually still listening. She had the storm and the internet issues, but like, you know, it's a lot of work that's going to be taken. And, you know, I will stand in harm's way. Like I told people earlier, I'm experiencing harm operating a nonprofit. Yes. And operating an underfunded nonprofit is harmful. It's harmful to me. It's harmful to my family. But I can stand in this gap because I have the strength to do it and the time to do it now. But I'm doing it so that it won't be the same in the future. That's the only reason why. Let's be very clear. I'm not a placeholder. I'm an agent of change, you know, and that is why I'm here. And I think that's what I think all of us on this call kind of are agents of change. We don't want to have our work be for naught. But some of that's not up to us. It is up to those around us that see us doing this work and struggling to make us take a break, to make us sit down at our festival and eat a meal like my good friend Wild Irish Rose, Dr. Ira Spencer, does for me at the festival sometimes. He can't talk to you right now. He has to eat this food because we need him to be strong and sustained. You know, we need our community to care for ourselves, but we also need those that, you know, claim to be allies to evolve for themselves what being an ally looks like. And so That's
no, you're 1,000% correct. I refer to what Sister Melody said. That's not our problem. That's theirs. They need to learn how to do what they're supposed to do, how to be an ally, and that's asking, what do you need me to do, or what cause do you need me to advocate for? Mm-hmm. Not telling us this is what we're going to, or whatever the case may be. So I just regurgitate what the sister said. I just have one last question, and I think we should really this time begin to wrap up. It was based on what we were just talking about, what I asked Sister Melody. I want to ask Brother DK, because he gave an example earlier that I thought was really interesting about Michael Bublé and him going back to sit with Frank Sinatra. I never heard a white musician being interviewed asked, how is it being a white musician? Have you ever heard that?
As many interviews as I've seen, even going back to Elvis Presley, never heard it, because the way I look at it is, it will never be asked, not in this lifetime, not even after us, because the full point is, when you're white and you're doing music, you're okay. But it's something about when that skin color gets involved, then there's these questions and comments and that's the part that makes me go, what?
Yeah.
They would never, even if Frank Sinatra was here, they wouldn't ask him that question because he's white.
We do black music.
They know.
Yeah.
But of course, and I won't lie, I kind of see that question when they ask us as an insult. Because you know damn well what was going on back then. Yeah. You know the gigs that I have now, I wouldn't have had back then. I would have been struggling. Possibly
you couldn't have walked through the front door of the venue, brother. Like, point blank, period.
Right.
You could not have walked down the sidewalk and turned it, let alone let a white woman come hug you and say good job at the end of a performance.
Thank you.
That's literally a death sentence for you.
Yes.
You know? And they don't understand the difference. And in some places and times, it's still a death sentence now.
Yes.
And death might just look a little different sometimes.
There's this.
Sometimes not, but yeah.
I get sometimes. Well,
keyword sometimes.
Well, I'll say about a week or two ago, I went to Baton Rouge for a show. My cousin came with me. I won't lie. Majority of the audience was white.
Okay.
And a lot of them, support me, come out, etc. And I appreciate it. My cousin looked at me and he said, "These white people love you." I said, "Yes." I said, "But here's the thing." I said, "Everybody wants to be a nigga, but nobody wants to be a nigga."
Mm.
He said, "What the hell does that mean?" I said, "I'll say it one more time. Everybody wants to be a nigga, but people don't want to go through what niggas go through. That's the problem. They want to be us. They want to sing. They want to have the soul, the rhythm." I actually have a friend who is white, and he says that he has caucus rhythmic disorder, saying that he's a white guy that can't stay on beat. Yes, it's a joke, but when you think about it, Melody, myself, Mr. Lamont, Ativa, John Tavius, etc., we have this soul and rhythm about our lives that when they see us, yeah, you're going to have those that love, but you're going to have those who are sitting in that audience or watching that video at home going, "God damn it, I wish I could do that." And I hate them for it. They do it so well.
Mm-hmm.
Same way with Miss Melody here. She said that she's never really had a male artist or male musician, or possibly not even a male fan, say, "Man, your playing is amazing." That's horrible to hear her say that.
I'm really shocked.
I've had several fans. I can't say that, like the men that come to my show, they're always
like men on. You were talking. The context was men on the same bill as you potentially.
Yep.
Like they saw your set or heard you.
Just men in the industry that other guitar players and things of that nature. Like I just, I remember going to my first blues jam. I won't go into it, but it was a nightmare, and I ran up out of it. I was very young, and they just scared me all the way out of there. And it wasn't until I got invited to a blues jam at Rosa's Lounge here in Chicago, because the owner saw a video of mine on YouTube, and I was scared. My mom took me up there because he talked to her, and I was scared because of how horrible the first time for me was when I went into a blues club. But I just, went through it. My mama wanted me to go, and I wanted to meet Tony, who's the owner of Rosa's, and I went, and they were really nice. They were really nice to me. So I went up there and just got over my fear. But it's definitely not. It's not a place that I would tell a young Black girl to just go into. I wouldn't tell them to go into the blues. I would just say, if they wanted to go, I would try to tell them the truth about what it's going to really be like for them as a musician, as a guitarist.
Entertainment's a special place, and there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of toxic things about entertainment. It's an abusive industry, period. Yeah. Abusive.
I mean, it can be equated to, and I hate to say this, but sex trafficking, human trafficking, is in some instances is really that detrimental.
I switched from being on stage to being a tech person because I love the industry and I love the people, I love the access to creativity. But I'm a sound engineer because I was tired of being Ogledat. I was tired of juries. I was tired of people judging what I did. I was honestly retired of regurgitating old white music because I was coming up through the fine arts institutions as a vocalist. I was tired.
I'll tell you all the story off air.
Yes.
There's a woman by the name of Crystal Thomas here out of Louisiana who's a singer, and she's also a trombonist.
Oh, nice.
She's a talent. She can make up songs on the spot. That's how good she is, and they're good songs. And she told me over dinner, she said, they won't put me on a blues festival. They always put me on a Southern Soul festival because they told me that's where I belong. And I told her, I said, you deserve to be on a blues festival because you're singing real blues.
Yeah.
I said, but you and I both know that even if I tried, at 24 years young Black man, tried to get on that same festival, they would look at me and say, who the hell are you? If you're not such and such, such and such, and such and such, such and such, you're not going to be on this festival. That breaks our hearts, and it breaks my heart even more because here's an elder of mine, 30 years older than me, having this situation. And then I have to question my own career. And that's sad. It's sad that Miss Melody has to question her career every time she steps out or every time she gets an offer. It's sad.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have to go through that as people or as musicians. Because the difference between a regular 9 to 5 and being a musician, your 9 to 5, 9 times out of 10 does not allow you to be you. When you're making those
calls, you have to play a role and fit in a character, right? Like a customer's rude to you, it doesn't matter. The customer's always right. Whatever there's some sacrifice of self that's made
with
to
us,
accommodate.
Our personalities are right there. We hand it to you. And we take those.
The most vulnerable things to do is to be on stage.
Yeah.
Yes. It's so much that we give to the people.
The idea that people are putting themselves and their lives out there, and that just magically 50-year-old seasoned bluesmen appear. Poof, you're 50. Let's give you some flowers and a stage now. Like, that is the straight up bullshit that created this entire thing. Like the experience that people are having is with young Black creation. Like when we look at even the legacy, the pantheon of like the blues greats, most of what you're experiencing is these men between the ages of 16 and 25 creating great work and building a legacy for themselves that sets the stage for them what becomes the career that you know. And often their greatest recordings are from this period of 16 to 25. Yeah. Right? It still happens now. The hip-hop community is a great example.
Let me
finish this one point.
Because Memphis Minnie was part of that.
Yeah. But the part that is really interesting to me, especially with the blues community having an 80% white base, is that the blues purists and gatekeepers will tell you, oh, well, if you don't sound like this, it's not blues. If you don't do whatever. But what the stuff that they like is that young black creation between the age of 16 and 25. We haven't stopped making young black people. We haven't stopped teaching them how to create and enabling their creation. What, you need an instrument, you need a record player, you need a Walkman. What can I do to help you get out of my kitchen so I can cook this food? Or like, you know what I mean? Like we do it how we do it, but it's how we do it and it works, right?
Yeah.
And you know, that is a really, really key point when it comes to that kind of that nostalgia and that purist mindset, and also how we engage as a community.
Yes.
Like outsiders cannot tell us what is essential to us and how to create what is our own. We will always be the arbiters of blues culture, you know, because it comes from us. Blues culture has much to owe to the black community, even with its inclusiveness of whiteness. And there's so many amazing white blues musicians. Not saying you can't do it. It's just not where you come from. It's not, that's not even your experience. Some people had it from very young.
It's funny because it wasn't inclusive in the beginning.
Oh no.
Jazz became more.
Jazz was a derogatory
term. They were able to make it intellectualize it. They were able to make it seem so technical that they had to send young Creole kids from New Orleans overseas to get musical educations. They could not. That
talks on Nicholas Payton's work. Somebody brought up the jazz earlier, but
and it wasn't even called the blues. And actually, what they call jazz is the blues, just with a brass instrument, because it all comes from the same space.
So I'm reading next weekend. I'm interviewing Daniel Devise, who wrote one of the latest B.B. King biographies, and there's a quote in the book of him having a conversation with not Coltrane, Charlie Byrd. Having a conversation with Charlie Byrd, and Charlie Byrd says to B.B. King, "It's all the blues. Like we all play the blues. We just call it the jazz for them or for this reason." I can't remember the exact quote.
Right.
And
then that comes from what is this guy's name? Burden. He's
the
from
author?
New Orleans, huh?
I don't know what you're reaching for. The author of the book that I'm reading is Daniel Devise.
Jazz comes from either Burden or King Louis. I'm trying to think his name, from New Orleans, out of their red light district, where the name of the band was called Jazz.
I know what he's talking about. James
Barton,
Bolton, I think it was
Bolton. Yes,
he actually was like the creator
of blues,
jazz, and mentored Louis Armstrong. But the sad part about it is he died like in a mental institute at like 30-some years old.
Wow. Do you know what? Do you remember why?
I don't remember why. I really don't.
Everything Melody said, everything Atiba said, everything you said, everything that was said tonight.
The pressure of black life.
They were trying to enslave him and remove his equity, and he wasn't having it. So they was like, we're going to fix this, and they put him in and this was happening once the Creole and I believe downtown or
Buddy
uptown
Bolden.
Buddy Bolden.
Once the darker, poorer black, when Jim Crow came in, and it didn't matter if you were upscale black or not, it didn't matter if you were light-skinned black or not, and you all had to fraternize in the same place, because to make money as a musician, the upscale lighter Negroes went down to this area, and Bolton would not comply, so they put his ass in a mental institution and took the other dude who would comply and made him the leader of the band.
Yes,
and he so everything that you all have said this evening is 100-year-old story that keeps repeating. How can we fix this? Is there a way?
I think the way is through really through working on cultural understanding. Unfortunately, that's not fast work. Like we've been so keyed in on race in this country.
I'm sorry, bro. I can't, because culture, as it regards to blues, is specific to a race.
No, I understand, but
the black experience.
But when we talk about, when I say that, I'm not saying that race isn't part of it. but race is just part of it. We deal with race like this.
Yeah.
We need to make culture this part and race this part. And as long as that, because racialism is divisive, but culture is not. Culture is understanding. You know what I mean? And that's my working theory, for the record. It's not. I understand everyone might not agree, but like, and I'm not saying that race doesn't matter. We've been talking about some things that have to deal with race a lot.
That's race specific, right?
But the focus in America being keenly on race, and I think even where we sit now after watching politics the last few years, race has been weaponized again in a new way. And if the cultural understanding is there, that's literally impossible.
Exactly.
If a true sense of cultural understanding and respect is there, because so that's where I come from with it. It's not a matter of like, let's ignore the race and, let's ignore the political institutions and all this stuff. No, like, yeah, I have my utopian dreams like everybody else. But the reality is the real work, though, is having these conversations. So the Blue Society, we've found our place as an institution now that can and will maintain these conversations. The avoidance of the conversation is half the damn harm. Look at the reception we've had tonight. The reception I had at my hip-hop event. The reception we're going to get this weekend. Like, the problem is people's avoidance of the difficult conversation. So we want to have the conversation, get in our feelings. We can walk away pissed off. Just know we're coming back tomorrow because we got more work to do. And that's what I say. We've pissed off somebody today, and I hope they show up at the festival and say, "Oh, you said Nat Turner, and that's just promoting violence." Well, why don't we just walk over here and have a beer and talk about it, brother? But if we're not having a conversation, we're not getting anything done.
And the problem that, even people who have an issue with Nat Turner, that's problematic because he should be an American hero because he fought against something that was horrific. He fought against slavery.
Yeah.
It was horrific what they did.
They want to give medals to soldiers that saved Jews.
How is he not seen as a hero? He is a hero of mine.
Yeah.
Right.
My kids have Nat Turner, Coretta Scott's game.
And he should be an American hero because he fought against slavery. That's what he did.
I'm also Haitian for anybody that doesn't know. So if you want to talk to me about fighting slavery,
wouldn't he be equivalent our version? Wouldn't he be our version of George Washington?
Yes. Yeah. He'd be our version of any American hero.
Look, and I'm Haitian, so I got Toussaint Louverture and a whole bunch of others too. So we can always get that conversation going.
The audacity of a society to deem this man, even Malcolm X, how he's not celebrated on the same level of Martin Luther King astounds me every year because he was a man. And all he was about was empowering Black people to see themselves for who and what they were, which were beautiful and strong and capable, just like everybody else. And that's all he was about.
And if we teach people the culture, then they get beyond the narratives that they've been taught.
The same kind of negative box is exactly the problem with even people who talk about Black history. If you're going to tell about Black history, then tell the truth or say nothing at all.
That's right. And don't just give pieces of the story and don't keep regurgitating the same 4 people every February.
Exactly. And like they say.
Oh, and one last thing.
It's not
the next door neighbor that you grew up with that only the 3 people in your building knew is somebody's hero. She is not, or he is not obscure. That person was significant to someone.
Yeah.
Everybody
was someone's mother, brother, sister, daughter.
I get really excited with this.
We love ourselves and we love our people. And that's why, we wanted to bring this conversation together. I know I'm grateful to y'all for hanging late. These conversations are going to continue. We'll let y'all know and see who else we could bring in. We want to curate a series of these conversations over the next year. And then, see how we can build this work. I want to thank everybody for joining us. I'm President Atiba Berkeley of the Piedmont Blues Preservation Society, and this is the Young Black and Blues virtual discussion in which we used a letter from Kingfish and Marquise Knox and John Tavius Willis as the basis to have open dialogue amongst each other about our community and how it is dealing with being a member of the Blues at a certain age. So we got, our elders in here. We want to thank the Blues Foundation and Judith Black, new president, who is really reaching and has been part of this conversation. This is literally, Judith, I want you to know, I'm put up one of your other comments from earlier, but this is what my experience is like dealing with Judith. So I am here is just like that. And that is very different for our community from what I've heard as far as experiencing with the Blues Foundation. So I'm excited, even though she's new in her role, to see how we're
She's African-American, correct?
She is an African-American woman and a Memphis native.
So there's a lot of reasons why.
She has a lot of reasons why, and she shares deeply about her father. She's a daddy's girl, she'll tell you in a heartbeat, and she shares deeply about her family and their experience with blues and culture. She is observing, and I think she's coming out of her kind of observation period as a new person to the organization and moving towards more work that she's able to do. There's that transition when you're new somewhere. And she's excited, and she's excited about this conversation. I know that earlier this weekend she wasn't even feeling well and wasn't sure if she would be able to make it. She wants y'all to know she is an HBCU graduate. And Judith, if you want to type a comment, I will put the whole comment up if there's something longer you want to say. She had storms in Memphis and couldn't get the internet working well. We tried really hard. We were all logged on early and everything.
Hey, Judith, don't worry, sister, because that storm is heading my way. I'm in Kentucky.
So, but she's really here to do some work. And she was very gracious with giving me time when I was in Memphis, as well as listening to others that needed her ear. And so we want to keep moving forward. I will say, if you're able to donate or to spread the word of our Blues Society here based in Greensboro, North Carolina, please do so. We have a festival coming up May 21st. The theme is Young Black and Blues. We are so excited. This artwork that you've been seeing floating around is by Emilio Mars. And he is a really cool artist doing a residency with Creative Greensboro in our city. We'll talk another time about his experience in coming from outside the blues community into it through this work, and how this wasn't the original artwork for a theme Young Black and Blues. But there's a lot that we're trying to do, and we want you all to be a part. So our festival, if you're not able to make it live, will be streamed for $10. You can get it at PiedmontBlues.org, and we would love to have you all check it out. We've got some great talent, and you're probably going to get a couple of surprises. I know John Tavius is probably doing something that people are not expecting from him. So if you are able to make it, it'll be a sight to behold. I want to thank Jack Dappa, Lamont Pearlie, African-American folklorist, for lending his professionalism as a moderator and his ideas.
You missed one word when you said Jack Dappa. There's one word that has to be said. Jack Dappa Blues.
Jack Dappa Blues. I apologize. I want to get it right. Branding is important, and blues belongs on there for a reason. And it's Jack Dappa Blues Heritage Foundation. Is that correct?
Heritage Preservation Foundation.
Thank you. I've got preservation in my name too, and I get all mixed up.
Again, you and I speak for 10 hours sometimes, so I know it's hard to retain everything because it's hard for me too.
Yeah, I don't know how our wives deal with us. They're like, "Wait, you got a conversation with who?" Oh Lord.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, because of your politeness, Denise is fine. She's like, "Oh, Atiba, okay, you're not going to get in no trouble."
That's awesome. That's awesome. But we, Judith wants everybody to know it's been a great conversation. I know she's been sitting there taking notes. She's been here with us the whole time. And for the record, we're going on 4 hours right now. So
wow,
this is an investment that we've made in ourselves and our community. I think we're able to build in a different way. And Piedmont Blues Preservation Society is standing squarely as a place that can support the blues as an institution. That's the work that I'm doing here. We have a festival. I told our board, I don't care if we ever do a festival again if we're not doing the work. So we have 700 square feet and 4 rooms. We got our first intern started last week. We're in our studio with our artwork by Darius Quarles of Libba Cotton. We're just moving the needle forward as we can. 21st Century Blues Society is on the way. and y'all are a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congrats again, DK,
Yes, sir.
on your award. It was you earned it. You played for it. You fought for it. It was beautiful.
And you came back off a slight injury and did that.
Yeah.
That's big time.
Yeah. There was a lot to overcome, and he did it all to get third place in this contest. And Melody, thank you for just being your light. I'm so glad that things work out the way that they do, because there was a conversation we posted online, and we have Black women, but we didn't have a lot of Black artists. We tried.
So I had an argument. This is how it went down. I had an argument with my sister Anika. Me and her was going at it, and she said, "Well, call Melody." I said, "Well, yo, that's my girl. I'm gonna call her." And I hit you up, and you was like, "Yes." And I was like, "Good." And then she hit me back. I said, "Melody took the spot." She said, "That's my girl." I said, "I know."
Yeah.
I mean, it's all love. It always works out the way it's supposed to. And I'm glad to have been here to talk with y'all. And anytime Black women and men can sit and talk together is a beautiful thing. And we need to do more of it publicly, because the world will also have you thinking that Black women hate Black men and Black men hate Black women and all of this kind of negativity. There is Black love out there. And we just need to open our mouths and let the world know that we're here for one another. And any chance that we get, we need to spread positivity throughout our community, because they're trying to rewrite us, and we can't allow it to continue.
That's right.
And also, justice for Breonna Taylor is justice for me, because I am Breonna Taylor. So call the Kentucky governor and tell him you want a special prosecutor on the Breonna Taylor case. And
we need to talk about that as well, because I'm in Kentucky, and a buddy of mine owns and operates Room 101 African American museum, and they've done a lot, and they was on the locations. They were on ground zero of the riots and everything. We have to talk, because we got to get you over there.
Okay.
We all have each other's information. We are all going to network. Anybody that was on the call, we want to thank everybody. Kingfish came through, which was awesome. I know he's real busy. I'm pretty sure he's in a hotel in LA. Jontavius Willis was here. We have 15-year-old Harold Davenport, and we want to thank his mother, who's wonderful, for letting him come. We had a really good conversation on the process of getting him here. And Demeanor, who's an artist. I was really just sad that he got disconnected, because he raised some great points. Man, that's a busy brother. We went over our time, and I'm pretty sure he had to go. He's got sessions booked and stuff. We're all just down here working, He's a great musician, but he does a lot of marketing, and he does a lot of curation, so he's running a studio, and then he's working on his own records. He's supporting other artists. He's doing a lot of work. He's on our board. If you didn't know that, he is actually a trustee of Piedmont Blues Preservation Society since November, because we can't talk about being young Black and blues and have these things and not have people of the generation doing the work with us.
And also a legacy, right? Because he comes out of the old time. He comes out of the old time chamber.
He is trailing his own path.
Connection there.
Yep, he's trailing his own path.
That's right.
But many people, and it's not easy to find out, his aunt happens to be Rhiannon Giddens, world-renowned MacArthur Fellow, musician, Grammy Award winner, Carolina Chocolate Drops, all this stuff. So,
speaking of which, what's happening, Dom? If you're watching, Dom Flemings, how you doing, sir?
Yeah, Dom wasn't sure if he was going to be able to make it, and he didn't. But we love you. We did talk about this conversation. He wanted to participate, but the scheduling was tough. It was I think it was a travel day for him or something, in between some things. But we're really blessed to have everyone here. Fernando Jones runs Blues Kids International and has been here in North Carolina since last year. So his camp came last year. We're looking at doubling that effort. My Blues Society drove to Winston-Salem State University and HBCU and provided support all week. My 4 children were in that camp as well. and we had, I think, 14 kids. Matter of fact, here they are. So this is our first class of, North Carolina Blues Kids International. And we're going to double the effort this year. They got a campus tour. They got to go see Freeman Vines.
Shout out Freeman Vines. That's
crazy. His program at Sika is really hard to describe, but it went all the way from philosophy to just straight up the KKK and lynching. And these children got to observe that. 2 Congolese children were in our camp that were amazing. And one of them could not bear to look at, they actually had a picture of a hanging from a county that he lives in eastern North Carolina, a picture of a lynching. And they learned about lynching. They were not familiar with blues or lynching before this opportunity to come to camp. And they walked away understanding both, but also understanding that they are not separate. No. You can't have the conversations on blues without some understanding, cultural awareness about lynching and its connection. So we also took them to Dave & Buster's. We didn't just sadden these kids. There were video games, there was cake, pizza, all that stuff. So we had a good time. And the work looks like this, so if you're interested, check out Blues Kids International. Donations that are made to us also go to support Blues Kids International. They do have their own fundraising, so feel free to support us both. You don't have to pick. Support Jack Dappa and his work. And I think it's time for us to get up out of here. How do y'all feel about it? I thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
And we will be in touch soon. And for everybody else, we'll see you at the Carolina Blues Festival on Saturday. Y'all have a good night. Thanks again.
You too.